I'm feeling weak and sad. Looking at him back out in the sun. I'm feeling all you know. Angel by my side, it's all right. I'm feeling oh, oh, in the game of county in the zone. Because I'm going with them in the room. Me on the micro. Man, I was rocking shows. Keep making sure I give you barely. You breaking speakers, flipping fuses, taking no pictures for a thing. Across the tracks. You don't remember that movie? First movie was in? Across the tracks. We're not going nowhere. But then the wind away, just let me clean it. Feeling. Beyond the outside. Angel on the side. It's all right. That? I thought that. We restarted the stream.
Oh, are you on?
We're on. We were on 12 hours.
Oh, yeah. Well, we got Tina with us.
Yep.
She's going to say goodnight. I don't know why they keep letting her out, but
There you go. There you go. I got her. Is that what they are doing this morning? Yeah, I can see you good. There you go. You're looking very beautiful as always, Tina. Nice hair.
oh, he's trying to keep it nice. And I sure appreciate y'all playing out here. And I'm worried about you. And we love you and praise you. Praise the Lord.
Amen, brother. Good night. Good night. We'll see you bright and early in the morning, Tina. You can blow Enrique some more kisses.
Yeah.
Some glad morning when this life is over.
Glory
To a home on
God's celestial shore. I'll fly away. Gonna fly away one day. Woo! Fly away, oh, glory. I'll fly away. It's a moment.
and
Hallelujah.
by and by I'll fly away.
That's right.
Hey, I'll see you tomorrow. And if you need a ride tomorrow, we'll take you. Yeah, I just need to probably pick up. If I said,
Hey, brother. God bless you. Thank you.
to a land where joy shall never be, I'll fly away. I'll fly away. Oh, glory be, I'll fly away. When I die, I fly away. When I die, do you find by I was standing by windows day when I saw the earth come in for to carry my mother away. There was circle beyond broken by and by, Lord, by and by. There's a better always in the sky, Lord, in the sky. Home was lonely, cause my mother's family was gone. All my pain, there was crying for our sad and will circle the unbroken by and by, Lord, by and by. There's a better always in the sky, Lord, in the sky. Undertaker, 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 won't you please drive slow for that lady you are longing, Lord, I hate to see her go. Young broken by there's a better on the way in the sky, Lord, in the sky. There's a better on the way in the sky, Lord, in the sky.
All right, y'all be careful.
Sing the wondrous love of Jesus, sing his mercy and his grace. Enrique, your monopod. His monopod. He'll prepare for us a place when we all get to heaven. Gotta take this. Is he gonna wanna go get upset? Yeah. Are y'all taking some? Yeah. Okay. Jesus will sing and shout the victory. Onward to the prize before us. Soon his beauty will be born. Soon the pearly gates will open. We shall tread the streets of gold. When we all get to heaven. One day of rejoicing that will bring when we all see Jesus, we'll sing and shout the victory. Oh,
I agree, older people. I'll see you at the garden.
Jesus, we'll sing out.
Yeah, we're listening to the gospel hour.
Having church service
I'd
about
like
10.
to dedicate this song to
We are 10 o'clock. Yeah, I'm getting.
Mr. Duck Sound, better known as Sir Douglas Quintet from San Antonio. Wherever you are, brother.
Wherever you are, brother.
Wasted days and waste.
That's funny. We did haircuts. We did morning music.
Yeah.
Or you don't to me. I belong to someone else.
Hello, right side rebel. You're with overnight shift now. We'll make sure your boyfriend gets home safe. So I'll see you later. See you in the morning.
And why should I?
Sit there. Tommy. Hello, Tommy. Yes. Well, don't really need it.
Remember
We're taking the lights out.
what way I love me.
Down, 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 down.
I was so lonely. And right for you only. My love. Why should I? When I know that you're not true. And why should I call your name when you're the blame? Or making me good.
It was really good interview. Down, 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 down.
But you went away and left me. I was so lonely, crying for you only. My love. Why should I keep loving you when I know that you're not true? And
You want to keep that charger blocked till tomorrow?
Yeah, because the date is
Okay,
yeah.
morning. I'll be back.
Okay. Yeah, because there's the only one I got for now.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
See y'all in the morning.
Thank you. It's whatever you want to do. Swing low, swing chariot. Coming low to carry me home. Swing low, swing chariot. Coming for to carry me home. I looked over Jordan and what did I see? Coming for to carry me home. A band of angels are coming after me. Coming for to carry me home. Low swing chariot. Coming for to carry me home. Swing chariot. I'm looking for to carry me home. I'll see if I can, Jay. Sometimes up and sometimes down, and sometimes I feel lost. But I know my soul is a heavenly bound. That Jesus gonna cast me home. Swing low, Sweet cherry, coming for Gary. Sweet cherry, coming for Gary. Well, if you get there before I do, just make yourself at home. Tell all my friends I'm a coming to, and tell them I won't be long. Sweet cherry, coming for to carry me home. Swing low. So it's being Hank, Sue, Tom, and the holder of the tambourine event. You gone? I see you in the morning. All right. Take care. Bye. I'm for the cat. Oh. Got a skeleton crew out here right now, but we're gonna keep the live visual alive. We got a little more. Got gospel hour going right now, and I got a little something to believe in later.
Look at that.
Make a wish.
Shall sound and time shall be no more, and the morning breaks eternal, bright and fair. When the Savior verse shall gather over on the other shore, and the roll is called up yonder, I'll be there. When the roll is called up yonder, I'll be there. When the roll is called up yonder, I'll be there. When the roll is called up yonder. When the roll is called up yonder, I'll be there. On that bright and cloudless morning, when the dead in Christ shall rise, and the glory of his resurrection share. When his chosen ones shall gather to their home beyond the skies, and the roll is called yonder, I'll be there. When the roll is called up yonder, I'll be there. When the roll is called up yonder, I'll be there. When the roll is called up yonder. When the roll is called up yonder, I'll be there. When the roll is called up yonder, 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 I'll be there. I heard an old story, how a savior came from glory, how he gave his life on Calvary to save a wretch.
Hank, you got plenty of phone battery?
Hank,
Hank, you got plenty of battery on your phone? I got a charger if you need it. Yeah. I
repented of my sin and won the victory. Oh, victory in Jesus. my Savior forever. He saw me in my room with his redeeming blood. He loved me again, and all my love is due him. He plunged me to victory beneath the cleansing flood. I heard about his healing, of his cleansing power, revealing how he made the lame to walk again and caused the blind to see. And then I cried, dear Jesus, come and heal my broken spirit. And somehow Jesus came and brought to me the victory. Oh, victory in Jesus, my Savior forever. He sought me out with his redeeming blood. He loved me and all my love is due him. He plunged me to victory beneath the cleansing flood. I heard about a mansion he has built for me in glory. And I heard about the streets of gold beyond the crystal sea. Oh, about the angels singing and the old redemption story. And some sweet day I'll sing up there the song of victory. Oh, victory in Jesus, my Savior forever. He saw me and loved me with his redeeming blood. He loved me and all my love is due him. He plunged me to victory beneath the cleansing flood. I am so weary.
See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow.
I must
Yes, ma'am. Hank will be here too.
till the
See y'all in the morning.
sun's away. Where the morning is bright and the lamb is the light, and the night is as fair as the day. There will be peace in the valley for me someday. There will be peace in the valley for me. Oh, Lord, I
Beverage
pray.
or something in there. He said,
There'll be no sad,
he happened to want one of the drinks that are in there. He said you could have one.
no trouble. I see
I'm not a big fan either.
in the valley.
I don't partake of
I've thought about it. I used to a lot when I was younger.
Well, the flowers
never was my thing, really.
will be blooming, and the grass
He told me
will be
he told me
green,
drinking on those.
and the skies will be clear and serene.
We're doing the gospel hour right now. Bringing in Sunday, right?
The sun
They're down to a skeleton crew.
beams, and this valley
I hear you. I know I'm all kind of ideas. But hope this and watch.
there will be peace in the valley for me someday. There will be peace in the valley. For me, oh Lord, I pray. There'll be no sound. That's something we can all enjoy. No sun, no trouble. There will be peace in the valley for me. Well, the bear will be gentle, and the wolf will be tame, and the lion shall lay down by the lamb, and the beast from the wild shall be led by a child, and I'll be changed from this creature that I am. Somebody for me someday. There will be peace in the valley. For me, oh Lord, I thank. There'll be no sadness, no sorrow, no trouble. See, there will be peace in the valley for me someday. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. Was grace that
Somebody's in the window. Or is it my eyeballs? No, it's the light bulbs come back.
Think that right now they're
Yeah.
my fear.
Come sit over here with the cool kid. Yeah, make yourself at home. I ate one way earlier. I'll eat another one. Yeah, but look, they're plain, so you want to find the mayonnaise and stuff. I'll help you with the bottle.
The hour I first believed through dangers, toil, and snare. I have already come. Tis grace that calls me safe thus far, and praise to see the back. And when we first be gone.
I mean, that's what happened. I don't know what that meant, and I don't even see where it missed it. Uh,
Bluetooth disconnected.
is that speaker?
Bluetooth connected.
Imagine. All right. Are you cold? Heck, I got the heater on in the truck for a second. I'm warm up there and cut it off in a minute. If you want to sit there and warm up. I said I got the heater on. Imagine what it will be like when I walk by your side. I can only imagine what my eyes will see when your face is before me. I can only imagine. Yeah. Surrounded by your glory, what will my heart feel? Will I dance for you, Jesus? Or in awe of you be still? Will I stand in your presence? Or to my knees will I fall? Will I sing hallelujah? Will I be able to speak at all? I can only imagine. I can only imagine. All right, we eat hamburgers, Whataburgers and gospel music. And I find myself standing in the sun. I can only imagine. I'm not going to sleep anymore. When all you is forever, forever worship you. I can only imagine. I'm here. We're holding the fort down. I can only imagine. Hey, me and Jen. Be here very shortly. One will my heart feel when I dance for you, Jesus. For it all. My girlfriend's so smart. She let me water it. I needed. That would go best. When I sing hallelujah, will I be able to speak it all? I can only imagine. Yeah, I can only imagine. Uh-oh, messed up. Sorry. Thank you, Jen. Hoping some other prisons may hear these songs on inspiration. I can only imagine when all I would do is forever, forever worship you.
I can only imagine. All right, we'll swip it up a little bit here. I can listen to pop. I can listen to the world. I can listen to my problems. What I think I need to hear. That's loud and crystal clear. Nothing else to be solved. I need something that can fill my soul. On the record, on the radio, ain't nothing like a gospel song. Makes me sing it. Yeah. So calm. Yeah. Feel free. Oh, it's in the let me stop and testify. I was getting brought to life. I'm the power of the Savior. But if I'm being real with you, sometimes I forget it's true. I can lose over my it's something that can feel my soul. Oh, oh. On the record, on the radio, ain't nothing like this. Makes me want to sing it all night long. So, so, ain't nothing like the gospel song. So, we'll sing. I will sing the name of Jesus. Will sing. I will sing the Lord He's done. Yeah. Sing. Ain't nothing like it got going on. Makes me want to sing it all day long. All right, we're gonna switch it up a little bit here now. Play a little something different. When I see him on the TV preaching about the promised lands, he tells me believe in Jesus steals the money from my hands. Some say he was a good man. Lord, I think he's saying 22 years of penalties. Right side of the down, baby. Body was war on foreign shore, about his country in the walking back. It's two of his best friends inside, God, I love even if I have his tears, no regrets. Anytime I don't remember what he can't forget. For what I done there, cause I never meant the things I did. Give me something to think the old love. I'll give you some to be sweat a little man. So clear. We call last Christmas Eve, baby. But we didn't need much. Now to break down and cry. And it's big trouble down my face. So cold and empty. But look at my soul. It's all about famous. But it's like give a song to give a song to so yeah, you know, gotta tell you. I drive by the home, sleeping on a cold dark street, like Bibles in an old bone grave. Underneath the broken old neon sign, used to read Jesus sings. All right, chat. I'm gonna try something different since we got all night long to play around. I'm gonna play this Substack. This is an article I wrote. If I get it for play, of course it's not good. Proximity, distance at the moment of escalation, sequence integrity. All right, so here we go. This is critical now. This one is about last week or two. Tom Fitton, Judicial Watch, has been suing for the body cam, and this story is why the body cam is going to be a game changer versus the CCTV footage. Because a DC court has just forced open access to the one category of evidence that has never been released at scale: unfiltered, unblurred, continuous body-worn camera footage. The ruling: a structural break in information control. A Washington, D.C. court rejected the Metropolitan Police Department attempt to blur the faces of nearly all civilians, mute or strip audio. Civilians. $1.5 million cost barrier. The justification: privacy and administrative burden. The court's conclusion: the events occurred in public, under pervasive surveillance, during a nationally broadcast event. Privacy interests are minimal. Public interest is dominant. This is not procedural. This is architectural, because it dismantles the ability to convert primary evidence into unusable material through over-redaction. Why the CCTV release did not do what was promised. The public was told, wait until all the footage comes out. It did. Thousands of hours. And what emerged at scale was not confirmation of a tightly coordinated, centrally directed operation. What emerged was fragmentation, asymmetry, inconsistent behavior across space and time. Large portions of footage showed nonviolent movement, passive presence, lack of unified direction. This did not end the narrative, but it exposed a limitation. CCTV shows position, not cause. Body cam, the missing layer of reality. Body-worn cameras are not more footage. They are a different class of evidence. They introduce continuity, no fixed angle gaps. Audio context, commands, tone, confusion. Proximity, distance at the moment of escalation. Sequence integrity, what happens immediately before and after. In evidentiary work, this is decisive, because narrative depends on selection.
But body cam, when released unfiltered, enables reconstruction, the attempted neutralization strategy. The effort to blur identities, strip voices, inflate costs, was not merely bureaucratic, it was functional. Because if you remove faces, who is acting, audio, what is said, continuity, how events connect, you eliminate independent timeline reconstruction. And without timeline reconstruction, all interpretation flows from centralized sources. Sequence, where cases collapse. In federal court, I've worked on exhibits where a single uninterrupted sequence reorders cause and effect, reframes intent, invalidates prior assertions, not by argument, by chronology. This is the part most people still don't understand. The January 6th narrative only holds if the timeline is controlled. Break the timeline, and you force reevaluation. Roseanne Boyland, a sequence-dependent event. Roseanne Boyland is one of the clearest examples of why sequence matters. Her death has been presented in simplified terms, but when examined across extended timelines, multiple angles, crowd conditions, law enforcement positioning, it becomes complex, unstable, and highly dependent on full context. I was there. I witnessed the environment. I have analyzed the footage. And what becomes clear at scale is this. The shorter the clip, the simpler the story. The longer the sequence, the harder it is to maintain that simplicity. What full-scale body cam release actually does. This is not about new footage. It is about system-level change in analysis capability. 1. Timeline authority becomes distributed. No single institution controls interpretation. Independent analysts begin cross-referencing sequences. 2. Escalation points are reevaluated. Not just what happened, but what preceded it, what triggered it, what alternatives existed. 3. Command visibility increases. Decisions become traceable. Who knew what? When they knew it. What actions followed? 4. Contradictions become inevitable. Not through opinion, but through overlapping, verifiable sequences. Why this moment matters. For years, January 6th has been interpreted through edited footage, selective presentation, narrative framing. This ruling introduces the possibility of something fundamentally different. Primary evidence at scale, circulation. And when that happens,
She got this. I don't know, like 425, Jay.
interpretation verification, narrative reconstruction. Final, the system under load. CCTV created
And if
doubt
you do watch the whole footage, you realize it's a psychopath.
because once full sequences are available,
Got there. Oh, always.
what have we been told happened? It becomes, what does the complete timeline actually show? And that is a question no narrative can control once the data is free. Support the work. If this reporting matters to
All right. So here's another one called the Roseanne Boyland Civil
you,
Liberties Restoration Act.
independent investigation that isn't funded, filtered.
All right, how do I start this one? Can I do that? This one? Oh, no, yeah, I can. Here we go. It's another one right here.
The Roseanne Boyland Civil Liberties Restoration Act, a legislative proposal to remedy systemic civil rights violations against January 6th defendants. Establishing federal civil rights protections for January 6th defendants through legislative remedy in the wake of proven misconduct, excessive force, and systemic due process violations. By Tommy Tatum.
All right,
Roseanne
Patrick.
Boyland Civil Liberties Restoration Act is a proposed federal bill that seeks to end the systemic civil rights abuses inflicted on January 6th defendants through politically motivated prosecutions, indefinite detention, and reputational destruction. Named in honor of Roseanne Boyland, a peaceful protester killed on January 6th and falsely portrayed in the media. This legislative proposal outlines specific protections for individuals who were targeted, surveilled, or punished without due process. As public awareness of DOJ misconduct and prosecutorial overreach grows, this act represents the first formal demand for federal recognition of January 6 defendants as a politically persecuted class deserving of constitutional safeguards and restitution. Introduction: the lingering cost of political prosecution. The January 6 defendants, many of whom were peaceful protesters, have endured an unprecedented wave of government retaliation, indefinite pretrial detention, coordinated defamation, and life-altering consequences for their political beliefs. While a shift in political power has resulted in over 900 pardons, dismissals, or commutations as of April 2025, White House Clemency Tracker, DOJ report, the broader civil rights violations inflicted upon this group remain unaddressed. This white paper introduces the Roseanne Boyland Act, a legislative framework designed to end class-based political targeting and provide federal protections for those who have been punished not for crimes, but for conscience. Named in honor of Roseanne Boyland, a peaceful protester who was killed in the West Terrace Tunnel and then slandered as a drug addict by media operatives. This act is a call to end politically motivated lawfare against American citizens. Roseanne Boyland, a symbol of suppressed truth. Roseanne Boyland's death was first misrepresented as a drug overdose, despite autopsy discrepancies and on-scene witness accounts proving she was crushed in a Capitol tunnel and struck by officers while unconscious. The Epoch Times, November 2021, U.S. District Court Filings, Judicial Watch FOIA Filings 2022. Posthumously, she was vilified by mainstream media who ignored court-verified evidence of her long-term sobriety and work as a recovery sponsor. Records from the state of Georgia and the Georgia Recovery Network confirm Boyland had been sober since 2015 and had mentored women in addiction recovery. State of Georgia versus Boyland, 14 CR 0066605, publicmemorial.org, Gomert Archive #RB, 2022-02. Her story illustrates two core failures: state-sponsored violence and deliberate character assassination, both designed to dehumanize a political dissenter. The Roseanne Boyland Act ensures this never happens again. 2. The aftermath of a manufactured crisis. More than 1,500 Americans were arrested for January 6 related activities, most charged with nonviolent offenses such as trespassing or obstruction. According to DOJ records, nearly none were convicted of terrorism or insurrection, despite endless political accusations to the contrary. DOJ Capitol Breach Cases, Justice.gov, CRS Legal Sidebar, March 2023. The government had unlimited time and resources, and all I had was the truth. And for that, they tried to bury me. J6 Defendant, House Oversight Subcommittee, 2024. The legal pressure was immense. Defendants were hit with pretrial solitary confinement, media blacklisting, and professional exile. The toll was not just judicial, it was civil, financial, and spiritual. 3. The civil fallout, punishment without conviction. Even after full exoneration or clemency, January 6 defendants face long-term discrimination. Denied employment and security clearances. Banned from platforms like PayPal, GoFundMe, and Venmo. Targeted by government surveillance watch lists. Defamed in media narratives. Barred from travel or military service. To this day, PayPal won't let me open an account. Not because of a conviction, but because of an accusation. PG, House Subcommittee Testimony, 2024. These individuals are not criminals. They are civil rights victims. And unless protected under federal law, future administrations could resume politically discriminatory enforcement with zero consequence. 4. Legal precedent for redress and protection. The federal government has a documented history of compensating victims of systemic injustice. Civil Liberties Act of 1988, restitution for Japanese American internment. Innocence Protection Act of 2004, resources for post-conviction review. State-level exoneration laws. Texas and Illinois offer $80,000 plus per year for wrongful imprisonment. These laws show that when civil
This is the
liberties are
voice of Substack.
especially due to
You
state
can write on,
overreach,
you can write on Substack and turn it with the mini audio.
6 defendants deserve the same. V. The Roseanne Boyland Act, key provisions. Class-based protection. established January 6 defendants as a protected class under federal civil rights law to prevent ideological profiling and discrimination. Rights restoration, reinstate firearm, voting, travel, and financial rights for all pardoned or unconvicted individuals. Expungement process, create federal guidelines for record sealing, clearance restoration, and full expungement of charges not resulting in conviction. Agency oversight and penalties, create independent boards to audit FBI/DOJ activity for political bias and impose penalties for abuses. Compensation fund, launch a federally administered relief fund modeled on the Civil Liberties Act for wrongfully targeted J6 defendants.
They did that.
Example, Thomas Caldwell had his conspiracy charge dismissed after the DOJ falsely portrayed him as a terrorist leader. Lisa Eisenhart, who never entered the Senate chamber, had charges dismissed after 18 months of legal limbo. DOJ filings, 2022 to 2023. 6. Honor the innocent, punish the persecutors. One of the most damning aspects of the January 6 prosecutions is what defendants were asked to do in exchange for freedom: lie, cooperate, blame Trump. Some refused. Example, Jeremy Brown, a Green Beret, exposed FBI recruitment efforts before January 6th and was later charged under questionable circumstances. He remains an icon of courage for refusing to entrap fellow citizens. USA v. Brown, DOJ indictment, 2022. Defendants like Brown deserve not just amnesty, they deserve recognition. This is not just about justice. It's about honor. 7. Conclusion. This is our test case for the future. What happened after January 6th wasn't just retaliation. It was the beta test for crushing political dissent in America. If we do not act now, future dissenters, left or right, will face the same or worse. The Roseanne Boyland Act is how we say never again. The liberties of a people never were, nor ever will be, secure when the transactions of their rulers may be concealed from them. Federalist number 41. Blessed are they which are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Matthew 5 verse 10. Final summation. The Roseanne Boyland Civil Liberties Restoration Act is more than a policy proposal. It is a moral imperative. What happened on January 6th, and in the years that followed, was not just a miscarriage of justice. It was a coordinated campaign to destroy truth-tellers, rewrite history, and criminalize dissent. The damage done to hundreds of innocent Americans, physically, mentally, financially, and spiritually, demands not only acknowledgement, but legal remedy. Roseanne Boyland was killed, then smeared. Others were jailed, then
Type
forgotten.
in. I'll tell you what it
We
is.
haven't forgotten. With this act, we say, never again. Hashtag Roseanne Boyland Act.
Okay, so if you're asking where to find this, if you go to Substack and type in at Ben Caxton, that's right under there, and it's called the Roseanne Boyland Act. I got a couple more. I hope it's not extremely boring to everybody, but we got time. And actually, this is really fire stuff. So everybody wants to know who planned J6. Well, I had a deputy director of the FBI I sent this to tell me that I was before my time. He said, I see you're ahead of your time when I sent this to him. So let's see if this will play. I don't think this will play. No way. I can't read that one, but I had a better one I was wanting to do anyway. So where is it? Bear with me, bear with me. I'll play this one when I find that one. How about that?
January 6th was an unmasking. By Tommy Tatum. A call to the remnant, forged on the enemy's battlefield. January 6th was not merely a political protest or hashtag Jacob did filter.
Sorry, I have to find the one for you guys. Here we go, I think. And again, not Nancy. Tammy and Jen will be here shortly to pick up the night crew. Now, this is a very interesting story. This is about Nancy Pelosi and her offering Michael Byrd $300,000 of hush money after J6.
$300K for a kill shot. Pelosi's secret deal to silence Ashley Babbitt's murderer. Did Nancy Pelosi authorize a secret $300,000 payout to the officer who killed Ashley Babbitt? A whistleblower from the U.S. Capitol Police says yes. By Tommy Tatum. Project X report, May 2025. New revelations suggest Lieutenant Michael Byrd's reward was part of a hush money deal buried under union funds and security perks. As the DOJ quietly settles a $30 million wrongful death lawsuit, a deeper Capitol cover-up is unraveling. This isn't just about one shooting. It's about blackmail, narrative control, and a regime terrified of the truth getting out. Ashley Babbitt was murdered. Her killer was rewarded, 6 civil, and her blood is on the hands of everyone who stayed silent. A veteran U.S. Capitol Police officer told me directly that Nancy Pelosi promised Lieutenant Michael Byrd a $300,000 payout from the Capitol Police Union Fund, a hush money arrangement tied to the execution of Ashley Babbitt. We don't yet know if it was prearranged in advance, or if it was promised afterward to keep Byrd complacent, protected, and quiet. But we do know this. It was real, it was expected, and Byrd signaled as much to Capitol leadership in internal correspondence. It wasn't justice. It was a deal, and it was buried behind union money and bureaucratic spin. Now, years later, the DOJ is quietly settling a $30 million wrongful death lawsuit with the Babbitt family, even as corrupt officials like outgoing USCP Chief J. Thomas Manger smear Ashley in one final memo before retirement. This is the story they tried to bury, but the whistleblower is still alive, still watching, still ready to testify. We need Ed Martin confirmed now. Pelosi's secret promise to Byrd. According to the USCP officer, a department veteran present on January 6th, Pelosi made the offer behind closed doors. Byrd was promised $300,000 from the union fund after the shooting. It wasn't about justice. It was about loyalty and silence. Official DOJ and USCP communications hint at this deal, buried in Byrd's post-shooting bonus records, housing perks, and security upgrades. He knew what he expected, but he didn't get everything he was promised, or as quickly as he was promised it. That's what Byrd was alluding to in internal correspondence, and why he referenced his wife's emotional breakdown. She wasn't crying about the shooting, she was crying because they felt lied to. Meanwhile, the Capitol Police Union remains silent. DOJ caves, and Manger smears the dead. On May 2nd, 2025, attorneys for Judicial Watch and the DOJ filed notice with U.S. District Judge Ana Reyes that a settlement in principle had been reached. No admission of guilt, no headline coverage.
He didn't get to 300,000. He only got
Even with the federal government
less than that. His wife was mad about it.
Manger still issued a 2-page internal memo to his department, calling the settlement an insult and falsely claiming Babbitt attacked the Capitol. This was Manger's final act of disgrace, and he knew it. What the video proves. Journalist Taylor Hanson recorded the truth. Babbitt was calm. She pleaded for help. She punched a rioter who was smashing glass. She climbed up, unarmed, only after officers abandoned their post. There were no warnings, no commands, no justification. I was there. I saw the chaos. And though Ashley's mother, Mickey Whitheft, wasn't there on January 6th, she showed up later with more courage than most of the men in Congress. A year and a half after her daughter's death, she started the nightly vigil outside the Capitol. I stood beside her during those long nights, and through that, I gained access to the truth that the media never wanted to touch. I saw the media twist our pain into propaganda, especially Steve Baker and the cowards at the Blaze, who pushed false narratives that diminish Ashley's sacrifice and disrespects her memory, and suggests we started a riot, a demonstrably provable lie. Ran cover for Jaden X, portraying him as harmless while ignoring his role in escalating the chaos. Ignored the 7 protesters shot in the head by police before the crowd reacted. They also lied about the video I released showing Kamala Harris driving past the DNC pipe bomb, calling it old news. Classic Fed tactic. Deny the bomb, deny the riot, protect the narrative. But when I showed that same footage to Capitol insiders, their jaws dropped. The DOJ's legal lie. The 2022 DOJ memo that cleared Byrd. Cited an outdated standard, US v. Garza, 1985. Ignored the SCOTUS standard, Graham versus Connor, 1989. Omitted all context that disproved Byrd's claim of self-defense. According to expert Stanley Kephart, they cherry-picked Garza. It was rigged from the start. Radio lies, fake gunfire, ignored witnesses. After Byrd pulled the trigger, he falsely claimed, "I'm taking gunfire, preparing to return fire." That lie was broadcast over Capitol Police radio, unretracted. No witnesses were detained. No protester was questioned. Two men who filmed everything, nicknamed Frick and Frack, were escorted out, never charged, never named. Tarek Johnson knew what was coming. Former USCP Lieutenant Tarek Johnson, suspended for saving lives, blasted Manger's memo as partisan, abusive, and disqualifying. He was right. If the evacuation orders Johnson begged for had been issued earlier, Byrd wouldn't have been in that hallway. Ashley would still be alive. Byrd's protection package. Byrd's record was scrubbed. Instead, he got $36 retention bonus.
The
$21,000.
guy gets confused. It switches to Spanish.
Base Andrews. $164,000 in GoFundMe cash. According to Representative Barry Loudermilk, Byrd, previously fired into a van with civilians in the line of fire, abandoned his post to play cards, lied to internal investigators. No discipline, no accountability. Just silence, comfort, and federal protection. The whistleblower is still waiting. The USCP veteran who told me about Pelosi's $300,000 promise is still waiting to come forward. They know the stakes. They fear the regime. But they are ready. Once they know the truth won't be buried again. We need Ed Martin confirmed as U.S. Attorney in D.C. Because only then will this story finally see the light. Final verdict. I confronted Manger to his face before his testimony. He looked at me like he'd slit my throat if he thought his cops or the FBI would cover it up. I told him, the world is watching. Well, we never stopped. Manger, you were a disgrace to your badge. A political coward in uniform. Take your corrupt old ass into obscurity or prison, whichever we heap upon you first. Ashley was murdered. Byrd was rewarded. And the government still lies about it. Help spread the truth.
Alrighty. So I won't torture you with any more, but they are over on Substack if you want to read them. I was thinking about maybe while we're here, I'm gonna play a couple songs, but then I'm thinking about showing some J6 video if I can figure out how to do it. So I'm gonna play a song or two, and then I'll be right back. Trying to keep the show rolling. All right, so let's try this. Let me back my screen out. Let me see how this will go. All right, where is it at? So this is a pretty rare one. Let me see how this will play out in real time. They're shooting the Proud Boys in the cross with pepper balls from the balcony up top. See that? See everybody choking and freaking out.
Hey, get us some help. Hey, get us some water. Hey, come on, man. Hey, get us some water. Thanks, man. Fuck you guys.
See, that was so a little context there. So that's right at 106, 107 p.m. It's like 10 minutes after the Ray Epps breach. And so everybody walks up and past the little black fence that was there. They stand right there by the speaker's balcony, and the cops they start firing on them. Right, no warning, no civil rights, none of that involved at all, and it was kind of brutal. I'm gonna try to find a couple more videos, guys. All right. I hope this one will play. Internet's not gonna cooperate with me on this one, gang. That's kind of why I was worried about. There we go. So here's the 7 headshots. Come on, play. Play. Come on. I don't guess it's gonna cooperate with me. No, it's not. 2, 3, 4. All right, I give up. Sorry, maybe I'll try it tomorrow with Starlink comes back out here. I used to run radio stations, and this is what you do, and it goes out, and you have an intro coming up the next side, and you up talk it, and you're like, "This is the Cat Stevens with the Peace Train." But if I knew more about the Peace Train song, I would have talked about
Now I've been happy lately, thinking about the good things to come. And I believe it could be something good has begun. Oh, I've been smiling lately, dreaming about the world of one. And I believe it could be someday it's going to turn. Without all the air gone, and there are the peace train. Oh, this train, hey, this country, come take me home again. Now I've been smiling lately, thinking about the good things to come. And I believe it could be something good has begun. These trains sounding louder. The things that
So the problem is Carlson. I'm all with you spring. It's you stay no. Come on, your bags together. Go bring your good friends too. Cause it's getting nearer. It's a ability. And join the little. It's not so far from you. And it's getting nearer. Soon it will all be true. Oh, these trains sounding louder. These trains. Come on, these trains. Now I've been crying lately about the world as it is. Why must we go on? Why can't we live in bliss? It's out there, it's dark. There are to be strange. It's pain, pain, this country. Come take me home again. These trains sounding louder. Come on, please. It's these trains home. You know it. It's train. It's no more these trains. Yes, it's a piece. Come on, that's the train. You can cocaine, you can act out the part, so you know it wasn't intended for you. Tell me how can you stand there with your broken heart, ashamed to play the fool. One thing can lead to another. It doesn't take any sacrifice. Whoa, brother, sister and brother. If it be nice, don't think twice. This shall be for you now. So that you ways to think of God find you want to feel. As I say, it shall be for you now. So that you think of all of me, but you won't feel. You can, but you can't. hide. This is why I know. And what you plan to do is some foolish pride. When you're all by yourself. Sit in the car if you want to warm up. He's going to sit in the van and warm up. Hey, that's up to you. You can feel it begin to. I think it's true what they say. It's feel all spinning. And the things out there for the mind. Yes, I so that I know things
You only know what I do. Shall be for you. Show them you will be. Things are gonna be much better. You only know. Oh, shall be. Oh, yeah. So maybe you'll feel better. So take me to you. Tell you. Show them. It's so
Yeah, we get 8,000 views, but
just like a way. It's it is a season to
hello, there's hey,
to every It's a season. Time for love, time for hate, time for peace. I swear it's not today.
Down here. Oh, I'm just
Hold that alone. I've been sleeping around you. Around the phone. With my sleep, the star in my dream, around future. What did how? But what don't know. The phone rings. It's just friend of mine. Hey, listen, we're gonna come around at 12 with some Puerto Rican girls and just die too. So, in case why? So, Central Bar singing after dark, but they are crazy. Stopping it on my shuffling into the street. Skin deep. What's the matter with you, boy? Sometimes I don't want to sleep. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I sleep. Don't get that lie to myself. If you want to know what I fly, all I want is your child. Just no light. No,
I'm told you don't go. You're the calm before the storm. And I know it's been coming for some time. So say it'll rain someday. I know, shine down water. No, oh no, I'm in down the day. Days so cold, rain is hot. But no, it's not play for all my forever. On and go, it's so fast and slow. No, it can't stop. I want to. I'm in down the way. I'm in down the way. Busted flat in Baton Rouge, waiting for a train. When I was feeling near as faded as my jeans. Bobby thumbed a diesel down just before it rained. They rode us all the way to New Orleans. I pulled my harpoon and my dirty red bandana. I was playing soft while Bobby sang a blues. And I windshield wipers serpentine. So Bobby standing man. We sang every song that Javi knew. Real just another way. Nothing left to lose. Nothing. I mean, nothing on a steady free. It's easy going when they sang the blues. It was good enough for me. Good enough for me and my Bobby. He called man, he California sun. Hey, Bobby shared the secrets of my soul. Through all kinds of weather, through everything we've done. You Bobby, baby, help me over.
One day I'm sitting slow. I let them slip away. He's looking for that home, and I hope he finds it. But I train all the windows. Say, oh, it's the day to be holding by his body next to mine. So now the word, oh, nothing is else. Nothing. That's all the Bobby left me. But what is love when it's sang the blues? Feeling good was good enough for me. Ooh, good enough for me, Bobby. La, 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 la. La 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 baby. La 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 baby. Hey, hey, Bobby. I thought love was only true in fairy tales, and for someone else, but not for me. Our love was out to get me. That's the way it seemed. It's a part in my heart and my dream. Then I saw her face. Now I'm afraid. Down my love. I'm a could. That's right. I thought love was more or less a given thing. Seems the more I gave, the less I got. What's the use in trying? And all you get is pain. And when I needed sunshine, I got rain. Oh, then I saw her face. Now I'm afraid. Oh, I'm afraid if I try. Oh, it's out to get me. Now that's the way it's oh, and all that was wrong. Oh, then I saw her face. I'm afraid. Oh, down my love. It's a song. To stay here.
I got it back over.
I know you got somewhere to go. Won't you make yourself at home and stay with me? Won't you stay with me? Way down south. Unless you're in don't feel anything worse than one down south. Leave so soon. I been trying all night long just to talk to you. Sun ain't nearly on the rise. Still got the
It's all good, brother. Somebody got to sleep sometime.
underneath the skies.
I'll be here tomorrow with
Hold
somewhere.
me.
Somebody.
Lay down, son. Spirit loud. Don't you think you want someone who's all through? I'm sorry. I don't need to leave so soon. I've been trying all night long to talk to you. I long to see the morning light color in your face so greenly. You go and say goodbye. You can lay your worries down and stay with me. Don't you let me lay down, say, rescuing my. You think you want someone to talk to outside? There's no need to think so soon. I've been trying all night long to talk to outside. I'm rescuing my. Don't you think you want someone to talk to outside? So leave so soon. I've been trying all night long to talk.
More cowbells, what we needed.
Then she stole us in, smiling I said, hey, what is it? My baby made me. I said, hey, what's your name, baby? Maybe we can see things. I don't hesitate. Let's move that vulnerabilities the fucking red. Ow! Baby, it's all
All right, so we'll do a little something a little different here. We're gonna play this, which is it's a Twitter feed. It's Tom Fitton talking about the body cam.
These videos out as quickly as possible. And the other big news this week, in terms of Judicial Watch victories, or the beginning of a massive victory, is something that happened in the Superior Court here in Washington, D.C. Now, in D.C., you have your federal courts you often hear about, and then, but the city or the district, its court system, the equivalent of city or state courts, is called the Superior Court, the lower court, and the D.C. Court of Appeal. We had asked, Judicial Watch did, the Metropolitan Police Department, the District of Columbia Police Department, for the January 6 body cam videos they had. Now, Judicial Watch had already obtained body cam videos from the U.S. Capitol. We had sued. Essentially, Republicans came in, agreed with Judicial Watch, and released all the videos, more or less. But there was this whole group of D.C. police videos from the January 6th issue that hadn't been released. And what we did was we asked for the records under the D.C. Freedom of Information Act. And the D.C. government, the police department, came back to us and said, oh, we can't show you any of the faces who were recorded in these by these video cams. And it's going to cost you $1.5 million. It's going to cost us $1.5 million to blur out every face of the public that were captured on these videos. We said, that's ridiculous. This was a public event. You don't have to block out the faces. You don't have to blur out the faces. So long story short, we've been in court. We were before a judge a few weeks ago. I guess it's about 2 months ago now. And the judge issued a tremendous ruling late last night, actually, telling the D.C. government you can't blur out the videos. You've got to release them. The privacy issues are not so significant that you have to blur out the videos. And so it's a major victory for transparency. So here's our press release. It was 2 months ago. It was actually 4 months ago. The ruling follows a January 8th hearing before Judge Veronica Sanchez. We filed the lawsuit. When did we file the lawsuit? Back in 2024. So January 6th was in 2021. We sued for the DC body cams in 2024. And 2 years later, we were able to get a decision out of the court to bypass this obstruction of releasing the videos. You know, we couldn't see any faces on the videos. I mean, that would be crazy. And we'd pay $1.5 million to be given videos that are, practically speaking, useless. In its order, the court rejected the district's argument that it could justify redacting under DC FOIA exemptions the faces and voices of all non-law enforcement individuals captured in the footage. And we're talking about 1,000 hours of footage, I think, according to, I think it's 1,000 hours. Yeah, 1,000 hours of footage. The court found that while individuals appearing in the footage may have a limited privacy interest, that interest is minimal and does not outweigh the strong public interest in the disclosure. The court emphasized that the events of January 6th occurred largely in public settings, were widely recorded, and remain a matter of significant public discussion. Concerning the individual's privacy interests, the court explained that the individuals present could not reasonably expect that their appearances would remain private.
The circumstances from the court ruling. The circumstances leading up to the events of the U.S. Capitol complex included a large public televised event at the National Mall. Individuals were gathered in a public arena. The crowd then marched to the U.S. Capitol complex, where members of Congress were partaking in the certification of the presidential election results live on television. The individuals on the body-worn cameras could not reasonably expect that their appearances on the cameras would remain private. A person's privacy interest is greater in the release of images of and video footage that were taken without their knowing consent. Even though the individuals recorded on the subject's body-worn cameras may not have consented to their images being recorded, they certainly had reason to believe that many law enforcement officers, as well as the surveillance cameras at the government-owned property, were recording them. Accordingly, during the events of January 6th, simultaneous media images from both inside the U.S. Capitol and around the U.S. Capitol complex were being broadcast, streamed, and uploaded. While the individuals may not have all knowingly consented to the images being recorded, they had reason to know they were. And she highlighted the public interest in this issue. The events of January 6, 2021 have been the topic of much debate, discussion, and scrutiny in the public consciousness by not just the residents of the District of Columbia, but also of the nation. Body-worn camera footage of the events at the Capitol on January 6th could contribute significantly to the public's understanding of the events that day and the Metropolitan Police Department's actions. So what's next? We're going to push to get these documents out, these videos out as quickly as possible. The court concluded in balancing the privacy interests, which are little more than de minimis, meaning barely there, with the public interest outweighs the privacy interests. The faces and voices of individuals captured by the Metropolitan Police Department's body-worn cameras on January 6th are not exempt from disclosure. We won. Now we just need to get the videos. This is a major victory for transparency and the rule of law. As the court found, the American people have a right to see this secret DC police January 6 footage, and Judicial Watch will now push for the immediate release of the videos. Now, of course, this isn't the only piece of litigation we have related to January 6th. We've been on the front lines investigating the January 6th issue, which, as you know, has been weaponized by the left to try to turn America into a one-party state by jailing anyone who dared to dispute the 2020 election or dare to exercise their First Amendment rights. We filed a lawsuit against the IRS to find out any abuses they were engaged in related to January 6th. And most famously, we've represented the family of Ashley Babbitt, who was killed, the only official homicide victim that day. And our lawsuit for her family, resulted in a settlement of nearly $5 million from the United States government. Thank you, President Trump. Many other lawsuits and investigations and wild disclosures, including the fact that the CIA had teams present at the Capitol on January 6th. How did that happen? That's not supposed to be, right? You have a suit about that now. So I'm hoping the government just, stops the fighting, the DC government in this case, and just gives us the January 6th doc. I mean, this is a straightforward FOIA lawsuit. Give us the videos, body-worn cameras from January 6th. What's the secret? The court doesn't think there's any secret anymore. So just, again, tenacious work by our legal team leads in, a great decision by a judge. And I don't know who this Judge Sanchez, I think she's a Biden appointee. The rule of law can be applied by both Democrat and Republican judicial appointees. You may not know that from some of the fights we're having in our courts, with our courts today, and the anti-Trump animus in the courts, but there are decisions now repeatedly that come down from judges of all political backgrounds and appointed by all sorts of various presidents that are quite sensible, and it can work. The judicial system can work. We're seeing that in this case. It's great news, again, from Judicial Watch's legal team.
You got it. Get cold after a while, though. I thought him. Is it water? Yeah, they're cold. Yeah. What's up, man? We're good. Warm up. Everybody's leaving us overnight. Overnight shit. Stepping in the Insomniac's party. Patriot.
There's a black man with a black cat.
I'm gonna walk down memory lane. Classic rock and roll.
In the state running through his front yard, you know everything since God is so good.
Oh yeah, you had no backing at all.
In the kitchen, bringing out the beer and slime. And it looks at it says, hey dog, I can remember when you could stop a crowd. Oh, ain't that amazing? You and me ain't gotta hurry up. Something to see, baby. Ain't gotta hurry up. Hold on to free, yeah. Little pretty girls is you, baby. As a young man, a t-shirt, let's do the rock and roll station. He's got a greasy hair, greasy smile, says no, this must be my destination. They told me when I was younger, think, boy, you're gonna be president. And just like everything else, it's a dream. It's kind of came anyway. Oh, you and me ain't that see that oh, free. Little bit of clouds for you. Yeah. Well, there's people and more people. What do they no. Go to work and somehow right. And vacation down at the Golden Lake. And there's winners and there's losers. But there ain't no big deal. Cause the simple man, baby, pays the bills, the bills that can. It's out of so see what it little houses.
This is
A witness there. The person that
Brian.
have a witness there. The person that came with me. They wouldn't let me bring a witness. Roseanne Boyland. Mine was the first case. Tommy Tatum, I'd never met Tommy. We pulled him off the street basically because he was in DC and I needed a witness.
And he's another J6 defendant. I know that we both know. Yeah.
Tommy's an interesting character. So Tommy comes in. I've never talked to him, and we just walked through the day. And the crazy thing is, having never met him before, we talked about Jan 6. His testimony matched mine almost verbatim.
Well, that's what happens when you're telling the truth.
That's exactly it. So we were the first case that got on the record that Roseanne Boyland was murdered by Lila Morris.
Yes, and Roseanne Boyland, for those who don't remember, was a lovely young woman who came from Georgia with her friend Justin Winchell, and she did not go inside the Capitol. She was swept up in that crowd at the West Tunnel and crushed crushed under the people as the police were pushing everybody down. And then Capitol Police Officer Lila Morris, as Roseanne lay unconscious and dying on the ground, savagely beat her repeatedly. And she died. Of course, the media tried to say that it was a drug overdose, which was really a cruel thing to do because Roseanne had struggled with addiction during her life and had beaten it. She had really fought valiantly and bravely, and she had won. And she was an inspiration to many of her friends. Funny, charming, and they painted her as some sort of worthless, drug addict whose death had kind of, nothing really to do with the violence of January 6th. And none of that was true. Not one bit of it was true. And of course, they cremated her body because of COVID. They pushed the family for permission to cremate her so that they could try to hide the evidence. But thanks to people like you and Tommy Tatum and Gary McBride, who found the video, former oil man from Texas who wasn't even at the Capitol, but spent, years combing through every piece of video he could find and actually found the video that showed Lila Morris beating Roseanne Boyland as she's lying unconscious and dying on the steps of the Capitol. So, yes, your trial put that on record. And you're right. At the time, they did not want anything about Roseanne Boyland coming out. They still don't. But at that time, very few people knew about it.
Got a few more videos. 36, a great big plot to try to cancel MAGA. You saw it. We've been showing you the videos. How people were let inside, doors left open, how the crowd was agitated, right? The police started it. They threw in flash grenades into peaceful crowds and they killed people. Ashley Babbitt and Roseanne Boyland, perhaps. We're still looking into it. Not enough attention has been directed at this case. Here's Roseanne Boyland actually getting beaten by a cop. That stick over there, you see that on the right? That's Roseanne Boyland on the ground, and an officer is hitting her while she's on the ground with a stick. Why on earth would anybody do that? Our next guest, John Mellis, was right there as this was happening. He saw it all. So that's me right there. A few weeks after. Private South Philip was me. That's Philip. That's Jake. Stuff. And he spent a lot of time in jail, but he was pardoned, and he joins us tonight. Again, John Mellis, welcome back. It's good to see you. How are you doing, and how are you enjoying freedom?
I'm enjoying it as well as I can be, watching Trump win every day. I just want to thank you, Greg, first of all, and thank Michelle Farrell Management. But man, Greg, it's been an honor that you have covered this subject because there's so many lies that have been percolating for so long, and it's so great to finally get a chance to break the the silence that we have been stuck in prison, dealing with it.
Yeah, no, it's terrible. Hey, by the way, if you have to be in prison, you made the most of it. And you guys, this January 6th choir, and we have a picture of you guys, and you sang some beautiful songs. And actually, if you don't mind, we're going to hear a little bit of that. Let's go ahead and the January 6th choir, and you might hear a little bit of President Trump in there too. So this song, and I hate to interrupt the national anthem, but you can find it online. It's everywhere. Beat out Taylor Swift. You guys have been recognized by Billboard. Congratulations on that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. And it was an amazing thing that it went #1 on Billboard digital downloads, as President Trump was also included in that track, singing the Pledge of Allegiance. But we're hoping that when we're presented our Billboard Awards, that you, Mr. Kelly, would join us and be a part of that. We want to make it a very special event, a very special group thank you, because to President Trump, because we would be screwed without him, man. He saved our lives. Several of my friends were doing 2 decades in prison for lies. And myself, I did many years. And let me just tell you, it wasn't just jail. We were placed in solitary confinement for years, denied visitation for years, and beaten by jail guards. It was torture. It was literal torture. So I just want to
terrible what happened. And yeah, President Trump, he said he'd look into it, and on his very first night in office, that was amazing. And I'm glad you guys are organizing some thank you. And I know you're grateful. And I know you've said thank you a million times, but a thank you coming from, a big group of January Sixers in an organized fashion, that would be great. Tell me a little bit. You got something going on here. The website is We Are Good Men, wearegoodmen.com. And you're providing some interesting services. And if you don't mind, tell us, please.
So wearegoodmen.com, and I'm on Instagram at Patriot Wildman. What I'm doing right now is, first of all, to make ends meet. I landscape, so I'm a blue collar worker. But I've also been kind of called to speak around the country, groups of people, and I've also been documenting a lot of my travels, including the riots in LA and the protests that are going on around the country. So if you want to get an up close look with these events going on around the country, and follow my journey speaking and spreading the truth to grassroots groups all over the country, just follow my Instagram, Patriot Wildman, or go to my website, wearegoodmen.com.
All right, great. Hey, if we could go back to the video, it's tough to watch of Roseanne Boyland being beaten by, I believe, a Metro Police Department, not a Capitol Police officer, but a Metro Police officer. And you were right there. Look, there's been some misinformation about this. It's also been underreported. The Ashley Babbitt case was so clear cut, outrageous, and now this is too. But I haven't heard that much about it. Where do things stand right now? Is somebody no? There's been no accountability in this situation.
Well, the medical examiner's office initially had released to the family of Roseanne Boyland that she died of a drug overdose, but the toxicology report came out later after her family had had her body cremated and had the funeral, and showed there were no toxic drugs in her system. She did not die of a drug overdose. So that was the first piece of misinformation that was done. And then the officer beating her with the stick, the other officer stepping on her body, the officers beating us who were trying to help her. I mean, over a dozen of us responded to these officers brutally beating these crowds. It wasn't just her that was unconscious on the ground either. There were other people, and when we responded, we all went to prison. And we were all silenced in solitary confinement and tortured for years, and to keep us quiet.
Well, things happen for a reason. Things happen for a reason, John Mellis. And we'll see. We'll see how all this turns. It's been such an eye opener for me, and a privilege, by the way, to meet guys like you and to tell the stories. And hear the stories. Wearegoodmen.com. Wearegoodmen.com. You gotta let us know when that Billboard Award, right? When that comes together. And real quick, you're working on
Right, so I'm gonna try to find another couple interviews, so we're not just sitting here listening to music all night while we're waiting on some of our crew to come back.
And uh,
Come out in the going gather not much to know. I'll see you later. Comes down the bay. Place where we'll be. This is what Tucker Carlson says about part of one of the documentaries we made.
was on display in that speech. It's on display all around us. And the only reason they get away with it is because, again, most of us have no real idea what actually happened on January 6th. But it is knowable because it was filmed from thousands of angles, and that tape still exists. To some extent, it's still being suppressed by the Republican Speaker of the House, by the way, who could release it but hasn't. Memo to the Speaker, go ahead and release that video. But there's still enough in the public domain that a group of filmmakers decided to put it all together. Now, there's very little editorial commentary in their new documentary. It's called January 6th, A True Timeline, and it should be the most famous film in the United States, but it's not. We're hoping
Tucker
that
Carlson about our
the movie lays out the day's events moment by moment. It shows you what actually happened at the Capitol from video that they did not shoot, but collected once again from the public domain, in some cases from liberal journalists who were on the scene. And they discovered a lot. For example, at 2:24, while crowds outside the Capitol were still growing, the President Trump, tweeted this: "The USA demands the truth." That's a very famous tweet. The January 6th Special Commission, the fake committee of liars who, quote, investigated January 6th, made reference to that tweet repeatedly. They claimed it was the reason that protesters breached the Capitol. But that's a lie, like so much of what they said. Video from that day collected in this documentary tells a very different story. At the moment that Trump tweeted that, Metro Police, law enforcement on the scene, appeared to have accidentally tear gassed themselves and run away from the scene. That's what the video shows. And that left a path to the Capitol wide open. But assess for yourself. Here's the video.
What'd you say?
Investigation
Yeah, I know.
found that immediately
I
after
know.
the 2:24 p.m. tweet, the crowds both outside the Capitol and inside the Capitol surged.
What the January 6th committee failed to mention was that it was officers misusing munitions and CS gas at that same time that led to a surge. DC MPD Officer Cowlery, at the urging of Officer Thau, misfires a CS gas canister that eventually forces police to fall back and lose their position. As officers on the West Plaza, unequipped with gas masks, struggle breathing, the plume of CS gas can be seen from the overhead camera on the lower right corner of your screen. It blows over the entire area of the West Plaza that the police had secured for nearly an hour. Within 3 minutes of the officer's CS gas misfire, the police line on the West Plaza entirely collapses.
Forever, like
I have a couple more.
It was on display
I
in
find a couple
just on display
more.
around us. And the only
I
reason
could
they get
probably
away
show
with
the footage
it
forever.
When they show you stacking, so
I think that's not gonna play. So bear with me. All right. So here's the whole movie. J6 True Timeline. Tucker Carlson said it should be the most famous movie in America.
January
I
6,
helped with it.
2021. Washington, D.C. The U.S. Capitol building. An event that has been reported on more than any other in modern history. Despite excessive coverage, articles, books, documentaries, and congressional inquiries, many details about the timeline of events that day remain unknown to the public. Understanding what actually happened on January 6th without bias and with as much context as possible is extremely difficult. News organizations and mass media have controlled the story of that day. Big tech and social media companies have censored and deplatformed which further skews and misrepresents the truth from that day. Many of us still do not know the names of those who were killed at the Capitol and the causes of their deaths.
Did you like it?
This video seeks to create a thorough and truthful timeline of the events of
I
January
think it's the most informative one we did.
stories, unseen footage, and new details. When facts are cherry-picked for the sake of political narratives, we the people suffer. Truth, not agenda, is the motivation for this timeline. Prior to January 6th, 2021, there had been hundreds of peaceful rallies following the November 2020 election. Polls showed that many Americans were concerned with election irregularities in key states that ended up deciding the presidential election for Joe Biden. None of these rallies ever turned violent. The morning of January 6th started no different than any of those other rallies. American citizens showing up together to express their First Amendment protected right to petition their government with a meaningful concern. The mood of the crowd appeared to be joyful and hopeful. It would be the last chance to see the president give a large speech to the nation.
I wonder if we got any beds.
To properly understand the events that would soon unfold, it's important to
I got one
acknowledge that there were many areas of interest that day where crowds were congregating. Those attending President Trump's speech assembled at the Ellipse, a 52-acre park located directly south of the White House and approximately 1 mile from the Capitol. Space was limited there, and the crowd was so big that a sea of people extended all the way to the Washington Monument. Elsewhere in Washington, D.C., crowds would assemble in the morning at both the west and the east side of the Capitol. Still others would loiter in the vicinity to await the next event that would take place that day, of which there were multiple permit holders in the area.
I kind of feel like these cops are watching our train.
Ryan Samsel, a man who will later be pivotal in the first
Figured
breach
out
of
to
the
educate them.
crossing the street past multiple uniformed officers. Seconds later, the acting U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, Michael Sherwin, wearing plain clothes, is seen crossing the same intersection. Sherwin would go on to lead the investigations of Samsel and hundreds of others. 4 minutes later, the same officer whose body cam recorded that interaction is moving through the crowd, responding to a call of a person with a gun. The crowd is compliant as the officers move through the space. They reach their intended target, and after a few minutes of questioning, let the man go. He had no firearm and was only carrying a knife.
He saw a handle, the guy with a handgun. Oh, yeah. This is my car. Okay? If you got questions or issues. Be safe.
He had not be allowed to have the flag on the back.
President Trump took the microphone at 12:01 p.m.
Media will not show the magnitude of this crowd. Even when I turned on today, I looked and I saw thousands of people here, but you don't see hundreds of thousands of people behind you because they don't want to show them.
The president gave a speech that morning that was very similar in tone and in style to the many campaign speeches and post-election speeches he had given to audiences around the country.
I'm listening to the speech by air, thanks to Scott.
At the exact time that Trump begins his speech, a live streamer is at Peace Circle, at the precise location that the first Capitol barricade breach will occur 53 minutes later. You can see the metal bike rack fencing separating the street from the sidewalks in front of the Capitol building. These area closed signs were posted in compliance with a restriction that went into effect September 7, 2020, due to the construction of the inauguration stage. At 12:04 p.m., a group of demonstrators, including members of the Proud Boys, are seen walking west on Constitution Avenue toward First Street while being flanked by police officers from the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department.
Flanked by the DCPD.
15 minutes into his remarks, President Trump mentions for the first time that after his speech, the crowd will be walking to the Capitol. For context, let's hear the president's full remarks during this portion of his speech.
That's the Congress to confront this egregious assault on our democracy. And after this, we're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down. We're going to walk down. Anyone who wants, I think right here, we're going to walk down to the Capitol. And we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women. And we're probably not going to be cheering so much for some of them. Because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength and you have to be strong. We have come to demand that Congress do the right thing and only count the electors who have been lawfully slated. I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
6 minutes following these remarks, the group of Proud Boys and demonstrators seen previously being flanked by the DCMPD have stopped for lunch at a row of food trucks in front of the U.S. Department of Labor on Constitution Avenue. Eddie Block, seen here in a scooter, tells a live streamer the immediate plans of the group.
We're heading back to the rally. Oh, okay.
Was there nothing going on at the Capitol? Oh, no, not really. Okay. We're just kind of marching around, letting people know we're here. Okay, good time. Yeah. All right.
6 minutes after this interaction, at 12:30 p.m., the U.S. Capitol Police report a very large group heading to the Capitol from eastbound on Pennsylvania Avenue at approximately 7th Street.
It does look like we're going to have an ad hoc march stepping off here. There's a crowd surge heading east.
At this same time, police body cam records police intervening between Trump supporters and a counter-protester. The police encourage the crowd to keep marching toward the Capitol.
Come on, guys, let's keep the march going. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going.
President Trump won't be finished speaking at the ellipse for another 40 minutes. During this time, a man named Ray Epps was filmed on the streets, directing the crowd to the Capitol building.
As soon as President Trump is finished speaking, we are going to the Capitol. It's that direction. That's where our true problems are. President Trump is done speaking. We are going to the Capitol. That's where our problem. We are going to the Capitol. Where our problems are. It's that direction.
He was filmed the night prior, urging the crowd to go inside the Capitol.
I'm going to put it out there. I'm probably going to go to jail for it, okay? Tomorrow, we need to go into the Capitol. Into the Capitol. Peacefully.
He was trying to get Antifa and back to work together.
Instantly calls him out as a Fed. At 12:35 p.m., Mike Pence's motorcade is seen heading to the Capitol, turning left on Constitution Avenue from Louisiana Avenue. A minute later, at 12:36, Vice President Mike Pence arrives at the U.S. Capitol.
The Vice President's motorcade has just arrived at the Capitol in advance of the joint session.
The certification is to begin in 24 minutes at 1 p.m. Eastern. As Mike Pence arrives, a crowd is already assembled at the barricades in front of the East Plaza of the Capitol. At this exact moment, President Trump is mentioning Mike Pence's upcoming certification at his speech on the ellipse, over a mile away.
But now they see all this stuff. It's all come to light. It doesn't happen that fast. And they want to recertify their votes. They want to recertify. But the only way that can happen is if Mike Pence agrees to send it back. Mike Pence has to agree to send it back.
A minute later, at 12:45 p.m., a D.C. police camera captures what looks like a wall of people suddenly arriving about a block west of the Capitol. Video footage captured moments later shows demonstrators gathering at Peace Circle, where Pennsylvania Avenue terminates as a street and turns into Pennsylvania Walkway, a path that leads directly to the west side of the Capitol. There are two sets of metal barricades here, behind which only 5 Capitol police officers can be seen guarding this entrance, while every member of Congress convenes in the building behind them. Just south of this path, a man in a black ski mask removes a barrier and waves the crowd onto the west lawn of the Capitol, while members in the crowd shout at him. With this view, you can see the moment that the first set of bike racks come down and the crowd begins to quickly advance on the second set of gates. Ryan Samsel, who we saw earlier in a white hoodie and red baseball cap, approaches the police line. This will become the first major breach of the Capitol grounds and skirmish with Capitol Police. We will show this crucial interaction in its entirety and use multiple angles to see what happens at this all-important flashpoint.
There's actually a phone call made very early on and told the cops that not put out like 200 bike racks on purpose.
Who we just saw calling for demonstrators to enter the Capitol can be seen approaching the front of the barricades and speaking to Ryan Samsel. Moments later, the barricade is pushed directly into the police line. After the gate is forcefully pushed forward, U.S. Capitol Police Officer Caroline Edwards is knocked to the ground. Ryan Sampson immediately runs to her aid to help her get back on her feet. The first violent skirmish of the day between demonstrators and police had begun. President Trump remains speaking on the ellipse.
In Clark County, Nevada, the accuracy settings on signature verification machines were purposely lowered before they were used to count over 130,000 ballots. If you signed your name as Santa Claus, it would go through.
Just to the south, at the 1st Street Southwest in the Maryland Avenue Circle, demonstrators knocked down a second gate. Crowds are now advancing on the west front of the Capitol from 2 locations. With multiple lightly manned police barricades down, the enlivened crowd makes their way quickly to the next barrier, the metal gates in front of the West Plaza of the Capitol. Sampson can be seen tapping the shoulder of Officer Edwards and saying something to her. Looking over the west side of the Capitol from a security camera on the exterior dome, we can see how quickly the crowd is able to fill the area in front of the West Plaza. From this point forward, those in the crowd entering onto Capitol grounds may have seen no indications or warnings that they were in an area that was previously guarded by police and secured by barriers. At 12:58 p.m., the lightweight fencing on the west lawn is pulled down completely by a single person. It is on this fence that signs with the words "Area Closed" are affixed. Thousands of people who will walk up to the Capitol after 1 p.m. will never see these signs. Zooming in closer to the northwest corner of the plaza, we once again see Ray Epps at the head of the crowd, in front of the next set of police barricades. So far, we've seen him the previous day calling for the crowd to enter the Capitol. We saw him that morning, directing people to the Capitol. We saw him at the first gate breach, and now here he is, at the second major gate breach. And it won't be the last we see of him. Directly in front of him is where the crowd breaches the metal gates and enters onto the West Plaza of the Capitol. At 12:59 p.m., a man on the northwest sidewalk collapses.
The police have someone respond to my location. The bottom of the west front with an individual that's down here, unconscious and not breathing.
The man's name is Benjamin Phillips. He is a computer programmer from Bloomsburg, Pennsylvania, who traveled to D.C. to support President Trump. A crowd of people, including police officers, form around him to assist with life-saving measures. While Benjamin Phillips fights for his life outside, inside the Capitol, Vice President Mike Pence is entering the House chamber to convene the joint session to certify the electoral votes. President Donald Trump is still speaking to a large crowd at the ellipse, unaware of the crowd that is already amassed at the Capitol.
So tens of thousands of votes were switched from President Trump to former Vice President Biden.
Madam Speaker, members of Congress, pursuant to the Constitution and the laws of the United States, the Senate and House of Representatives are meeting in joint session. Verify the certificates and count the votes of the electors of the several states for President and Vice President of the United States.
Back outside on the West Plaza, United States Capitol Police Deputy Chief Waldo orders the less lethal team to get into position.
Speaker team, could you come up from the upper west stairs and take an elevated position? They're not compliant, climbing pathways. Let me know when the less lethal teams are in place.
1 minute later, the less lethal team moves into place. At 1:06 p.m., Deputy Chief Waldo orders the less lethal team to launch.
Unit 6, I got a crowd fighting with officers pushing, throwing projectiles. I have given warnings about chemical munitions. I need the less than lethal team positioned above me to identify the agitators and start deploying. Launch.
U.S. Capitol Police Inspector Lloyd is seen signaling officers above on the terrace to open fire on the crowd. Joshua Matthew Black, a 46-year-old man from Alabama, is shot with a round that tears open and lodges in his cheek.
You're shooting us! Oh, we don't get something. Wow.
Safety procedures for using these rounds state not to fire at someone at eye level.
About the front line trying to keep the peace between the patriot and the people that were hired by the government. And I caught a shot to the face, and then that's about it.
Deputy Chief Waldo orders a second deployment of munitions.
I need more inspector lethal teams over here. The indirect firing is not working. They're still not compliant. I've continued to give multiple warnings about chemical munitions being released. They are not dispersing.
Although Chief Waldo has broadcast over the radio twice that he has given warnings, no video that day captures these warnings. DC law on crowd dispersal procedures states that before any munitions are used against a crowd, officers must issue at least 3 clearly audible and understandable orders to disperse using an amplification system, as well as to provide participants reasonable and adequate time to disperse and a clear, safe route for dispersal. Just feet away, Benjamin Phillips fights for his life. He has been down on the ground and not breathing for 13 minutes.
1:30. Where's the ambulance for this guy on the lower left?
President Trump is finishing his speech at the Ellipse at 1:12 p.m. In a rarely seen split-screen view, let's simultaneously see different events happening around the Capitol in real time.
So let's walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I want to thank you all. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you all for being here. This is incredible. Thank you.
Is the objection in writing and signed by a senator?
As Representative Paul Gosar and Senator Ted Cruz make a challenge on the floor of the House, NPD officer Daniel Thau arrives at the southwest section of the plaza. His body cam shows him and nearby officers spraying demonstrators with an inflammatory agent. From a different officer's body cam, the familiar face of Ray Epps can be seen in the area that the police are trying to control. Back in the real-time multi-view, we can see Trump waving to the crowd after his 1 hour and 11-minute speech, the last speech he will give in front of a crowd as President of the United States. Gosar and Cruz are having their objections to the electoral vote of Arizona read on the House floor. Ray Epps is at the front of the police line speaking to officers. At 1:13 p.m., Officer Thau is frantically calling for more munitions.
Okay, we need blast. What we got? We gotta get something, man. Come on.
At 1:15 p.m., Officer Thau crosses the line and engages with demonstrators. As the scuffle ensues, he discharges 2 rounds from his taser, also known as an ECD. Then witnesses what he calls an APO, or an assault on a police officer. With 30 officers between him and the crowd, it's unclear what assault he thought he saw in that moment. A few hundred feet away, back on the northwest sidewalk, Benjamin Phillips has been loaded onto a makeshift stretcher and is being carried north to a waiting ambulance.
Bring the patient up to the ambulance right now. They are refusing to come down.
Tragically, Phillips would be pronounced dead at the hospital later that day.
Are you guys in chat watching?
Benjamin Phillips leaves behind 2 teenage children. Back inside the Capitol building at 1:17 p.m., Vice President Mike Pence and senators returned to the Senate chamber to debate the electoral vote challenge put forth by Representative Paul Gosar. After expending all his munitions, Officer Thao yells at the officers on the west terrace of the Capitol above them to start shooting what they have into the crowd. The less lethal team fires into the crowd for a third time. Three minutes later, at 1:21 p.m., the first explosive munition of the day is discharged. The demonstrators at the West Plaza of the Capitol will be hit by an unrelenting barrage of grenades, incendiary rubber bullets, and gas for the next hour.
Got another individual down. People are doing CPR. GC5 responsive to have straight up.
At 1:28 p.m., a man has collapsed on the West Plaza and is attended to by people in the crowd.
You can't get anybody in here, and the cops are throwing flashbangs into the crowd.
He is unresponsive for several minutes. Fearing the risk of trampling, they carry him to a different location, where they continue to try to resuscitate him.
He's having a heart attack. He's been on the ground for 6 minutes. They carry him. They've been doing CPR. I think that man probably died. I hope they save his life.
Kevin Greason leaves behind a wife and 5 children. Around 1:30 p.m., on the southwest side of the plaza, officers push the crowd back and are able to establish a police line again. The police will hold this line for about an hour. Just inside the Capitol, Representative Zoe Lofgren, Democrat from California, is responding to the challenge of the electoral count.
The votes are simply to be counted as certified and transmitted by the states.
At 1:32 p.m., an officer laments that chucking grenades into the crowd is just going to make things worse. Moments later, the same officer seems to have changed his mind and is actively searching for munitions to discharge in the crowd.
I'm coming out with stuff.
A burner, or hot burning smoke grenade, can get extremely hot and become a fire risk. The smoke grenade is tossed back behind the police line by someone in the crowd. Officer Thao goes back for more rounds. This time it's a CS gas canister.
I need triple chaser.
A triple chaser consists of 3 separate canisters pressed together with separating charges between each. When deployed, the canisters separate and land approximately 20 feet apart, allowing increased area coverage. After not receiving approval to use the triple chaser, Officer Thao appears to be reprimanded by another officer for his use of smoke moments earlier.
Yeah. I know, but this is perfect. I know, but this, listen, I mean,
Another captain tells Officer Thao to hold on discharging CS gas into the crowd. At around this same time, Ray Epps is once again caught from multiple cameras being at the front line of the demonstrators near police barricades. No other person has been seen at this many flashpoints, this many times. He walks freely up and down the police barricades multiple times, communicating with other demonstrators in a similar fashion to when we saw him whisper in Ryan Samsel's ear earlier, before the first breach. At 1:38 p.m., Donald Trump sends his first tweet after walking off the stage 24 minutes earlier. It reads, "Please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They are truly on the side of our country. Stay peaceful." Around 1:40 p.m., Ray Epps is one of the members of the crowd who helps lift up a large Trump sign and push it into the line of police officers on the West Plaza of the Capitol. At 1:41 p.m., body cam footage from Officer Anthony Alioto records a discussion about the dangers of using CS gas in their situation. The officer petitions not to have Robert Glover, the on-scene commander, authorize use of CS gas in the area.
Do not let authorize gas. I don't just
8 minutes later, at 1:49 p.m., a riot is officially declared at the U.S. Capitol.
49 hours declaring it a riot.
The fears of Officer Alioto are soon realized when at 1:50 p.m., officers use CS gas on the northwest side of the plaza and effectively gas themselves with aid from the wind. You can see multiple officers struggling from the effects of the CS gas.
Tina, be careful. It's blowing right back.
I know.
Over on the east side of the Capitol, the gates have successfully held the crowd back for over an hour from when the west side was first breached. At 1:59 p.m., that all changes. The demonstrators overpower the police and begin to make their way toward the east steps.
Police are squabbling with protesters. Oh, there we go. And they just reached the Capitol again.
Back on the northwest side of the Capitol, a man named Derek Vargo is ascending to the west terrace on the outside railing of the stairway. He is sprayed in the eyes with an inflammatory agent. Vargo reacts by heading back down the way he came when he is shoved off the wall by Officer Bryant Williams, leading to a 25-foot drop. Some will call this an attempted murder. Vargo is carried away on a makeshift stretcher by officers and bystanders. Vargo suffered a fractured ankle and extensive mid-foot injuries that would require surgeries to repair. He lives with constant foot pain, pain in the middle of his spine, and suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder that causes him flashbacks and nightmares of being pushed off the railing. At 2:03 p.m., the first dispersal order is heard coming from a mobile LRAD, or long-range acoustic device. DC law requires police to give 3 separate warnings with the LRAD system and an opportunity to disperse before using violence or militias to clear a protest crowd. At 2:06 p.m., police retreat up the east steps of the Capitol. Demonstrators soon follow and ascend the steps. We hear the LRAD again at 2:07 p.m. Subject you to a row. It's unlikely that demonstrators heard either of these warnings given the situation on the plaza, which calls into question the earlier stated DC law that requires these announcements to be clearly audible and to provide participants reasonable and adequate time to disperse. Back on the east side of the Capitol at 2:09 p.m., Hunter M. Key is seen kicking in and punching multiple windows. He is quickly tackled and detained by police. At 2:10 p.m., demonstrators reach the West Terrace and push through police barricades. They will quickly move to what will become the first points of entry to the interior of the Capitol. A man throws a 2x4 through a glass pane, the first such broken window in the west side of the Capitol. Shortly thereafter, Dominic Pizzola pushes the window in using a police riot shield. Protesters will soon enter the building through these breach points. At 2:12, Ray Epps sends a text message to his nephew, telling him that he orchestrated the protest at the Capitol and that he helped get people there. The video evidence we have seen thus far would back up his claim. At 2:13 p.m., President Trump tweets, "I am asking for everyone at the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful. No violence. Remember, we are the party of law and order. Respect the law and our great men and women in blue. Thank you."
Frank, you got anything else?
Back on the West Plaza of the Capitol, Officer Thao receives a Stinger 40mm 60 caliber rubber balls round and rushes to fire it into the crowd. This crowd management round contains approximately 18 rubber balls.
Yep, see us.
30 seconds later, he's given a baton round, a round that contains 3 40mm rubber projectiles. He again heads over to the police line to fire it into the crowd. At 2:18 p.m., after a few minutes of confusion inside the room, the House calls a recess during its debate over an objection to the electoral votes from Arizona.
Without objection, the chair declares the House in recess pursuant to Clause 12B of Rule 1.
At 2:16 p.m., the parliamentarian doors are opened from the inside, providing another access point for demonstrators to enter the building. Down on the West Plaza, Officer Thao refers to police activity as, quote, shooting zombies.
Zombies, man. Hey, we're shooting zombies. That's it. Okay, well, we need to get those out of here. All right, clear.
At 2:18 p.m., after a few minutes of confusion inside the room, the House calls a recess during its debate over an objection to the electoral votes from Arizona.
Without objection, the chair declares the House in recess pursuant to Clause 12B of Rule 1.
At 2:18 p.m., police body cam picks up a tense conversation among officers, where one officer admits they're hitting innocent people.
We have nothing to help. Where is that on? Right. A lot of paper flying. And not only that, we're taking out one and 10 of them are getting Rangers. We're multiplying them by hitting.
At 2:24 p.m., John Earl Sullivan is recording as he is one of the first of the demonstrators to enter the Capitol Rotunda.
What, y'all? This is insanity. Holy what is this? What is life?
At the same time, a few blocks away, MPD officers are discussing new plans to enter the Capitol to support U.S. Capitol Police.
I'm gonna burn it. No. That's fine. Then we'll figure it out. All right. They better reach out to the military right now. Is what they better do. Get the National Guards. Get them down here. You know, we're suiting up. We're going in. We are? Yes. Where? Down. Right. You hear that?
Still at 2:24 p.m., Mike Pence is moved from the Senate chamber to his office across the hall. The Senate remains in session as Senator for Kentucky Mitch McConnell speaks on the floor. Also, at 2:24 p.m., President Trump tweets, "Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones which they were asked to previously certify. USA demands the truth." This would be a significant tweet to the January 6th committee, for they claim that it was the motivation for a surge into the Capitol complex.
Our investigation found that immediately after the president's 2:24 p.m. tweet, the crowds both outside the Capitol and inside the Capitol surged.
What the January 6th committee failed to mention was that it was officers misusing munitions and CS gas at that same time that led to a surge.
Rick?
DC MPD Officer Cowley, at the urging of Officer Thao, misfires a CS gas canister that eventually forces police to fall back and lose their position. As officers on the West Plaza, unequipped with gas masks, struggle breathing, the plume of CS gas can be seen from the overhead camera on the lower right corner of your screen. It blows over the entire area of the West Plaza that the police had secured for nearly an hour. Within 3 minutes of the officer's CS gas misfire, the police line on the West Plaza entirely collapses. Back on the east side at 2:24 p.m., demonstrators are able to force open doors from the inside. These are the Columbus doors, which lead a short way to the rotunda of the Capitol. Back outside on the West Plaza, an elderly woman is violently pushed by police down a set of concrete stairs 3 times, which incites the crowd around her.
Did you hear that? They're trying to make it to Botanical Gardens. We're going in. All right. Down the long gun? Yes. Straight up. Any munitions you have, send to you.
At 2:28 p.m., in an interesting exchange, a press photographer on scene at the east entrance of the Capitol taps a demonstrator on his hip and shoulder to move him out of the way so he can presumably get a better shot of the action. Back out on the south side of the West Plaza, a demonstrator is taken down by 6 police officers. He receives multiple punches while in a face-down, prone position. At 2:30 p.m., a security camera at the crypt lobby shows demonstrators gaining access to the Capitol via overhead lift doors. At this same time, the House is called into final recess.
Without objection, the House is going to go back into recess.
At 2:31 p.m., Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser orders a curfew from 6 p.m. that evening to 6 a.m. the following morning. At 2:33 p.m., a frustrated police officer can be heard venting about being, in his words, set up.
They set us up. They set up 64. Absolutely. And then they asked her to come 2 hours later. They set us up. We needed everybody right away. No, by the way, they set us up. We ain't got. My hair was on. We ain't got a mother. They set us up. I'm a bit real as I can be. We are going to get overrun on the steps of the Capitol right now. We're getting bananas. Okay? You guys go down there. The lane compliance is working very minimally. There's 10,000 to 1. You're going to lose the steps, and we're getting people hurt like a mother.
Demonstrators are seen entering from the west side of the Capitol, while police officers watch them walk through the doors. Just feet away at 2:35 p.m., minutes after losing the West Plaza, Officer Aliotto throws a gas canister from the West Terrace into the crowd that has amassed on the West Plaza. This, along with other gas canisters sent into the crowds, gets thrown back at the officers. Most of these officers still do not have gas masks. At the same time, on the West Terrace, officers are repeating the same mistakes they made one level lower on the West Plaza. An errant CS gas round is again fired into their held position on the West Terrace. The spreading gas will eventually effectuate a retreat back into the Capitol through a narrow tunnel. This mistake would prove to be incredibly significant for the events that are yet to come. The retreat into the Capitol through the West Terrace tunnel would create the conditions for the next standoff between demonstrators and police that would take place over the following hours. Instead of showing force outside of the tunnel, the police make the questionable decision of barricading themselves behind locked double doors, giving up the tactical position, and retreating to a defensive posture. At 2:39 p.m., Metropolitan Police Department reinforcements arrive at the Capitol, entering through the east carriage door. At the same time, police officers discuss being unprepared for what they encountered.
I didn't know we were coming up for this. I would have made sure we all had our masks.
I realized how bad they set us up to fail.
They did.
There was no way we were winning that. And now you got at least 4 platoons that are just gassed out.
Yeah, literally.
Because us, 54 doesn't have masks.
Yeah. Well, remember, we're supposed to be rapid response just to buy time for the hard platoons to come.
They didn't come. They didn't ask for them.
Who cares about the street? Like, prioritize.
Secure the Capitol.
At 2:42 p.m., journalist Taylor Hansen is walking behind Ashley Babbitt, an Air Force veteran from California, as she turns a corner and approaches the speaker's lobby, guarded by 3 police officers. MPD officer Luke Foskett approaches a window and looks out upon the crowd on the western side of the Capitol building.
Yeah.
Moments later, members of the House seek shelter in the gallery while officers barricade entry into the chamber. It is at this moment that the only firearm to be discharged inside the Capitol that day can be loudly heard. The story of that gunshot is quite possibly the most tragic story of that day. Shot heard was a single round fired by Lieutenant Michael Byrd. It strikes Ashley Babbitt in the neck, and she falls back into the upper landing of the stairwell.
Just killed the girl. He's trying to go right now. She's dead. She's dead. She's dead.
One shot in the Capitol. Report of a shooting in the Capitol. Trying to ascertain information now.
At 2:46 p.m., approximately the same time as Ashley Babbitt is shot by Capitol Police Officer Byrd, a series of smoke and signal flares are activated at various locations around the Capitol.
There's some kind of a flare in the sky there.
As the smoke clears, we again spot Ray Epps leaving the area and flanked by several individuals before leaving the Capitol grounds for the day. Meanwhile, demonstrators continue to enter the Capitol building. The first demonstrator enters the Senate chamber.
We got protesters that are outside of the Senate chamber.
Over the course of the next 30 minutes, the Senate chamber will become a significant location of the day, along with the Capitol Rotunda, the Capitol corridors, and the West Terrace Tunnel. Prior to this point in the day, many demonstrators were free to roam the hallways and chambers of the building, meeting little resistance from Capitol Police.
The police here are willing to work with us and cooperate peacefully. It's like our First Amendment allows. Gather more Americans under the condition that they will come and gather peacefully to discuss what needs to be done to save our country.
Capitol Police Officer Robichaud asks a small group of demonstrators to remain peaceful.
Remain calm. We're going to be heard. Everybody, this must be peaceful. We have the right to peacefully assemble.
Robichaud then proceeds to escort at least one demonstrator, Jacob Chansley, throughout various locations in the Capitol. At 2:46 p.m., additional demonstrators continue to enter the Senate chamber. Security footage shows no Capitol Police presence in the Senate chamber at this time. At this point in the day, many of the demonstrators on the outside have no idea the Capitol has even been breached. Let's go back to the multi-view to see what's going on around the Capitol grounds. On the southeast side, a group of MPD officers arrive to assist Capitol Police with clearing out the inside of the Capitol.
MPD through the south door of the Capitol. There's about 25 units in Hart here.
Back on the West Plaza, an enormous American flag has been draped over the scaffolding. On the east side of the Capitol, demonstrators have overtaken the stairs and continue to gather on the lawn. Back in the Rotunda at 2:48 p.m., we see demonstrators peacefully roaming around and taking photographs. The only law enforcement officers visible are standing in the doorway. As demonstrators continue to roam the hallways, one officer has a concerning realization.
I just don't realize that.
Back at the West Terrace Tunnel, a demonstrator activates a fire extinguisher into the tunnel towards dozens of law enforcement officers.
Motor conditions and the officers on the Rotunda steps at the top of the steps. We need permission to clear these steps.
Right now, no. Wait, okay. Because we got to get numbers. Yeah. I'm seeing stars right now.
Inside the Senate chamber, demonstrators are rummaging through desks, looking for intel.
Objection, he was going to sell us out all along. Look, objection to county votes in the state of Arizona. Wait, no, that's all right.
The standoff back at the West Terrace Tunnel continues, with more demonstrators arriving on the outside and more officers arriving on the inside.
This is good stuff.
I'm right here.
Put it over there. We're gonna go this way and we close this off.
Oh,
Put your arm.
hey, say your name.
Children, I will lock the shields together and hold the shields. The only way we're gonna hold the door.
At 2:55 p.m., law enforcement begins to move demonstrators out of the Capitol from various locations.
I pray for every one of you. Pray for safety.
You need to give up communism, what you need. You need to give up communism to protect these people. We're patriots.
How much it costs for you to betray your duty and your favor?
They continue to struggle to control the Rotunda and West Plaza Tunnel. Richard Barnett, the demonstrator who posed for this photo in House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's office, attempts to persuade an officer to let him back in to retrieve his flag.
Great for informational. I have a group of about 20 to 30 officers that are cordoning off on the south side of the Rotunda crowd. There's no enforcement we can take at this time.
Hey, man. Glad to see you guys. You guys, patriots. Look at this guy. You got covered in blood. God bless you. You good, sir? Do you need medical attention?
Okay, thank you.
Jacob Chansley takes a seat at the Senate dais. He decides to leave a note for Vice President Pence.
Now, could you come back and I get you guys to walk out of this room, please? Yeah. Yes, sir. So there's 4 million people coming in. So.
It's only a matter of time. Justice is coming.
All right. Let's all stand there. We can save the time. Sir, I have 75 people inside the Senate chambers. Just for information. They are going through desks and on top of the podium.
Back at the Rotunda, dozens of MPD officers prepare to clear out all of the demonstrators.
I got 401, just reply to units outside the Rotunda door. We got CDU hard squad, sending all these individuals out of the Rotunda. Okay, come on. Let's go. All right. Push it This is your job. It's like so hard. I'm currently at the main door to the Senate chamber. I'll be in time. Let's go. Thank you. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Thank you, officers. God bless you guys.
Thank you for your patience. We really appreciate it. Not as glorious a version. Not as glorious. It smells like a whole church.
Back at the scuffle at the West Terrace Tunnel, the situation is rapidly deteriorating. Leading up to the tunnel are a series of steps that demonstrators are having trouble navigating. It is a very tense and dangerous situation in this area. For over an hour, the police have been inside the building, behind the inner doors, while demonstrators have occupied the tunnel.
John is advising they need additional opportunity.
At 3:19 p.m., police successfully expel the demonstrators from the tunnel. During the skirmish, a U.S. Capitol police officer is dragged into the crowd of demonstrators. He is later returned to the police line and heads back to safety inside the tunnel. The demonstrators manage to hold their ground and begin to push the police back into the tunnel. This sets the stage for the final tragic conflict. Demonstrators and police are engaged in physical altercations. Sprayed chemical agents are lingering in the narrow hallway.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us.
At 4:17 p.m., President Trump posts a 1-minute video to his Twitter account, urging demonstrators to stay peaceful and go home.
We have to have peace. We have to have law and order.
Twitter quickly attached a warning label on the video, which read, "This claim of election fraud is disputed, and this tweet can't be replied to, retweeted, or liked due to a risk of violence." This limited the reach of the message. Minutes later, Twitter would remove the entire video message from its platform.
I know how you feel, but go home and go home in peace.
As the demonstrators are pushed back by police, they fall on top of each other. Some are pressed against the ground, unable to move. A woman named Roseanne Boyland, a Trump supporter from Georgia, finds herself pinned under the deluge of bodies. The situation is critical.
Collapsed inside that corridor from an asphyxiation. She couldn't breathe. Brought her out onto the main steps outside of that. Several people started doing CPR on her. I tried to get her carotid pulse for several minutes, and even I cut part of her jeans away so that I could try to feel her femoral pulse, and I couldn't feel a femoral pulse at all. By the time that they decided to pick the person up and give them to the police officer, she had blue lips and blood was coming out of her nose. Where does fire need to go for that CPR that's going? It seemed hopeful at all. I don't think that person will be revived.
Officers transport Boyland inside the tunnel and begin CPR.
Could you please send the ambulance that is coming for the code down at Lower West Terrace to the house door for entry?
Yeah. She got stuck under there. She fell down. That's terrible. Yeah.
Boyland is transported inside for one last revival attempt.
He's not alive for life. He's not a contrast.
They remedy to destroying the media equipment over here in the Senate A. Protesters are destroying media equipment at the Senate A.
At 5 p.m., as the citywide 6 p.m. curfew looms, police are making progress securing the Capitol, and a steady stream of demonstrators leave the Capitol grounds. At 5:10 p.m., police use tear gas to drive the remaining demonstrators from the Capitol's upper levels. Over the PA system, an announcement is made that all individuals are required to leave Capitol Hill or be subject to arrest. At 5:40 p.m., National Guard troops begin to arrive at the Capitol to secure the premises. 1 minute after the curfew goes into effect, Donald Trump sends out a final message to his supporters that day. At 8 p.m., the Capitol is declared secure.
Today was a dark day in the history of the United States Capitol.
Shortly after, at 8:06 p.m., the Senate resumes debate over the certification of Arizona's vote in the Senate chamber. The House would reconvene about an hour later. The election results will be certified. And 14 days later, Joe Biden will walk down the same tunnel and stairs where the police and demonstrators fought for hours, and where Roseanne Boyland took her last breath to be inaugurated as the 46th President of the United States. January 6th, 2021. A day of hope and patriotism that turned into a day of chaos and tragedy. For the past 3 years, the shadow of January 6th looms large in our politics, in our culture, and in our national conversation. Are we any closer to understanding the events of that day? Are we still in the timeline of January 6th?
Alrighty then. That's about an hour. We made that documentary and it come out to be 1 hour and 6 minutes long. We didn't do it on purpose either. All right. So hope you guys enjoyed that. You can find that on Twitter at J6 True Timeline, Investigate J6. And we think it's the most accurate one because there's not a lot of us saying what happened. It's just we show you what happened the day of. There has been some updated versions of it. And we also really cool about this one is this past year, I think, or maybe the year before, we did an updated version and added some updated scenes, like clips we found after the case, and it could reuse it again. But we took all those clips and we put it on this website. And so, like, if we took a clip and we used 15 seconds of it, but it came from a body cam that was 2 hours long. We took the entire 2 hour body cam and put it on the website so you can go and look and watch it in context, the whole thing. So 2 in the morning, feels like it's the Tommy show out here, Tommy and Tom show, and we're gonna be troopers and keep at it. I'm gonna play a couple songs here, and I'm gonna think of something else you guys may enjoy. I don't want to do just videos or just songs all night long, uh, or just talking. Tom, you don't have anything you would like to talk about, do you? Right this minute? Not right now. All right. Well, let me find another song or two. There's a place up here and I know just a fraction of my feet in the back. Come away, if you're going. Leave the sink and shoot me down. Come on around with me. We're going off around the bend. String a song and a smile for the banjo. Better get round, get it. Picture right to the end of the way. Better keep your heart fine to one. Come on around with me. We're
We're going all around the bend.
Yeah, I got a little treat. So we may have some viewers we didn't have earlier, or whatever the case may be. Want to play from earlier today? I'm going to play the call from Tina Peters, and I'll try to put it up where you can see it too. You see this talking to her on the phone. Come on now, Aaron.
Incorporated individual at Logistic Correctional Facility. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. To accept charges, press 1. To refuse charges, press. Thank you for using.
So this is Tina Peters from earlier today.
Hey there. We are at the site. Tina, are you there? Tina? Can't hear you. Can you hear us now?
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
Okay. Oh.
Okay.
Just hear you.
I'm set.
I just wanted to tell everybody thank you so much. It means so much to honor my son and on Memorial Day and make the effort to come out here like this. I know it was a lot of expense and time, and I'm very honored with all of you. I stand with you guys, stand together, and I'm so grateful.
My phone ringing. That's why I had to walk off. I think our Tammy and Jean. What do you think? I'm sure everybody's okay. It's a house full of people. You know what I'm saying? So ain't nothing wrong.
We love you, Tina.
I love you guys. Thank you so much. You've meant the world to me, and I will. You'll hear. That more than gonna wake up, and thank you all so much. But I put a flag in my window, and I'll keep checking out. When I'm not, it's so afraid around here. Someone got yesterday about this, getting all freaked out, telling people, not to look out the window and getting all freaky. So, but anyway, I love you guys so much. So much, and I appreciate you more than words can say. God bless you all. God bless you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina, for all you do.
Yeah, love you.
Love you. Bye-bye.
What Joe Biden and Kamala Harris did to this country, it's a profound crime to commit against your own people.
She said 8 more days in a wake up. What would that put us now? 7 more days in a well, 2 more wake up. And he calls this. All right. So I'm gonna pick out a couple more here in just a moment. All right. All right, I got one more, another one, Tina Peters.
Tina Peters.
The story of Tina Peters.
In Mesa County, Colorado, Tina Peters was an elected county clerk with a spotless record. No prior criminal history, not even a traffic ticket. Her job, under Colorado law, was clear. The county clerk is directly responsible for preserving election records. Statute 15.060 states it plainly. The responsibility for election records belongs to the county clerk. Everything changed after the 2020 presidential election. Tina noticed irregularities in the vote counts that didn't add up. Concerned about the integrity of the results, she did exactly what the law required. She preserved forensic images of the voting system hard drives before any records could be altered or destroyed. Those images revealed troubling discrepancies, potential evidence of fraud that needed investigation. Tina didn't hide her findings. She prepared 3 detailed reports documenting the issues and presented them directly to the Mesa County Commissioners, Janet Rowland, Cody Davis, and Scott McInnes, her elected bosses. She asked for an official state inspection of the machines. Their response? Silence. No action. Deaf ears. With her official channels blocked, Tina sought an independent expert to examine the system. That is when the backlash began. The Colorado Secretary of State, Jenna Griswold, publicly declared Tina guilty of compromising voting machines, 2 full years before any charges were even filed or a trial began.
Well, I was the first Secretary of State in the country to actually have to deal with an insider threat. When the Mesa County clerk working with QAnon and the MyPillow guy compromised her own voting equipment trying to prove the big lie.
In the 2022 debate, Griswold repeatedly attacked Tina by name, laying the groundwork for public opinion against her long before the case went to court. Meanwhile, counties across Colorado were destroying 2020 election records within weeks, not the minimum 6 months required by law. The term trusted build, a software update process marketed as an election security measure, was used to justify these destructions. But trusted build did not appear anywhere in Colorado's official election statutes and was only added in September of 2025. It was never part of the law Tina was supposed to follow. Tina's images were the only surviving record of what really happened in Mesa County in 2020. When the Department of Justice later requested those records, Griswold's office claimed they didn't have to turn them over because they had already been destroyed. Tina was charged, not with election fraud, but with how she obtained access to the machines, identity theft, impersonating a public official, attempting to influence a public servant, and related offenses. The actual election data and the evidence of irregularities were never allowed to be examined in court. In 2024, Tina was convicted. She was sentenced to 9 years in prison, a harsh punishment for a nonviolent first-time offender.
Ms. Peters, you are a privileged person. You are as privileged as they come. You are no hero. You abused your position, and you're a charlatan who used and is still using your prior position in office to peddle a snake oil that's been proven to be junk time and time again. You're as defiant as a defendant as this court has ever seen. You have no respect for the checks and balances of government. You have no respect for this court. You have no respect for law enforcement, and you do not have respect for your fellow colleagues. You are a charlatan, and you cannot help but lie, as easy it is for you to breathe. And prison is for those folks where we send people who are a danger to all of us. Prison is the only place that duly meets the purposes of sentencing in this matter. 9 years of incarceration.
But her ordeal didn't end there. As a 70-year-old Gold Star mother, Tina has endured brutal beatings from female gang members in her unit. From a letter by her attorney, Peter Ticktin, in 2021, Dominion, in an effort to cover its tracks, demanded that Jenna Griswold install a trusted build to take place on all Colorado Dominion brand equipment. Clerk Peters was lied to by both Dominion and Ms. Griswold's office and told that the trusted build would not wipe and overwrite the 2020 election data. After the trusted build was installed, Clerk Peters conducted a subsequent preservation of data, and she learned that it had, in fact, wiped and overwritten 29,000 files of the election records which were required to have been preserved by federal law. Clerk Peters' lone copy of the Colorado 2020 election is essential. Upon learning of the lone copy, Dominion immediately contacted Jenna Griswold in her capacity of Secretary of State that Clerk Peters be criminally charged with obtaining a copy of the 2020 election data. Prior to the installation of the trusted build, her life was threatened by a group of inmates to stab her and to kill her. Presently, she is in the smallest cell of her unit. It was formerly used for a washing machine and dryer. Despite having no disciplinary write-ups, she was moved to isolation under the phony narrative that it was for her own protection. But the truth is, The jail has a dedicated safe wing for low-risk inmates like Tina, non-gang members, and those without issues. Why wasn't she placed there? Because that wing allows unsupervised phone calls, which would have let her speak freely about the election irregularities she uncovered. Instead, her communications are heavily monitored and limited, stripping away her First Amendment rights. This isn't about jail policy or her safety. It's about keeping her silent. Many believe these conditions are designed to break her, to prevent her from continuing to speak about what her images revealed. Tina Peters could have looked the other way. She could have signed off on the results and kept her job, her freedom, her reputation. Instead, she chose to protect the integrity of the election process, even when it meant risking everything. She is not in prison because she broke the law to hide fraud. She is in prison because she tried to expose it.
I took one of these copies to every commissioner and to the DA. They did nothing. There were 29,000 election records that you can see on here in orange that were deleted from the people's Mesa County election system when they compared the first image that was taken and the second image. Gone, deleted. Another report, there were 36 wireless devices. Report number 3, ballots go in, there's a second fraudulent database that's created. Then the ballot is changed, and we know it's been changed because it's lacking the .sha file. Mr. Rubenstein accused me in court of recording on my iPad at a commissioner's hearing. They see the iPad in my purse. All of a sudden, 22 minutes, they delayed the commissioner's hearing in order to go get a search warrant. And that's when all hell broke loose. They came in, descended on it like it was a drug bust. Grabbed the iPad. 66 recordings were extracted from the iPad. None of the 66 videos were recorded from February 7th, 2022. Then later, Rubenstein admitted he didn't know if I was recording or not. During the time they took this break, Janet Rowland bends down and says she won't want to come back there after this. And Cody Davis, that's sitting right back here, said sacrificial lamb. He called me a sacrificial lamb.
Tina Peters followed her legal duty as county clerk. She reported suspected fraud through proper channels. She preserved records she was responsible for protecting. And for that, she's been made a political prisoner. The public deserves to know the truth about 2020. The public deserves answers about why election records were destroyed so quickly. And Tina Peters deserves justice. Demand transparency. Demand accountability. Demand freedom for Tina Peters.
Griswold, elected with George Soros money, has offered to let me return to my job in elections, the one that you elected me to do. If and only if I make a public statement saying we don't need more transparency in our elections and that there was no voter fraud. I say never.
Good little video. I didn't know some of that stuff.
Hey, where we go? When the rains came, down in the hollow, playing the game, laughing, skipping and jumping.
And this is selection code.
Here's a look at the unofficial results. I began to see things that I couldn't unsee. What I witnessed with my own eyes warranted a thorough investigation.
Night night. Night night, Dad. Wave night night to Daddy.
Hey, Daddy.
Wave night night to Daddy. Wave night night. Night night, Daddy. Night night. Night night. God, yeah. Casey. Right after I went through a cancer diagnosis and surgery, I realized that there was more of my life that needed to be done. I'd never been involved in politics. And right before the 2016 election, I decided that I really needed to get involved. I was one of 8 people at a volunteer meeting. And I said, oh my goodness, we have got to get involved. And I just started walking door to door, talking to people, and found out it didn't matter what party they were in. If they were rich, they were poor, in between, it did not matter. Everybody wanted to preserve their way of life. Everyone loved their families. They loved their freedom. And so then I decided I wanted to get more involved in the community. When I told my son that I was thinking of running for office, he said, oh, Mom, he says, you've got this. He said, the only thing is you'll probably do more than what's required. I had no idea at that time what that would mean. And 6 months later, in reading his Silton 6 paperwork after he died, in there it says, describe your mother. And he wrote 3 words: she fixes things. I made a promise to the people in my county that elected me, that believe in me, that trust me, to make sure that I protect their vote. And once you drop that ballot off, you're trusting someone else to record your vote for you in the manner that you cast it. That's my job. I'm Tina Peters. I'm the Mesa County Clerk and Recorder. I am clerk over 5 divisions, which is motor vehicle and recording, clerk to the board.
I think we think you have to be a really engaged Democrat or Republican in order to vote, in order to care about these things. And a lot of people will say it doesn't matter anyway. I'm just going to vote. It does matter. I remember when Sharona came, it was basically to talk about the canvassing results that they were getting. We were heavily involved in our canvassing efforts in Grand Junction and Mesa County. And it just was getting weirder and weirder. And people were bringing affidavits regularly after every canvassing effort. And we started taking it to the clerk and recorder. She says, we're canvassing, we're walking door to door, we're finding irregularities, people that don't live there, that voted, and I said, just bring them to me. She was like, if you find something, bring it to me and we'll try to answer your questions because I'm sure it can be answered reasonably. Bring whatever you have. I said, if there's a there, we'll find it. The great thing about Clerk Peters is she really does believe in this, in real democracy, in the real interaction of the people with the elected officials. All of the people in our elections department are Colorado certified election officials. And so even though I'm the designated election official, so everything falls on me, I heavily depend on my director and my managers and my chief deputy and the staff to do the jobs that they are tasked with. But we do have backup processes to make sure that everything is done properly. All these people every day are calling her office. They're bringing this information to her office. And, people are upset with the clerk. In my mind, I was going through this scenario to try to figure out, okay, the things you're telling me, how could this possibly be? Because we have this precaution or this gold standard process. And so I'm running all this through my head and they're telling me different things and I'm processing it and I'm trying to disprove it, but not trying to be foolish about it. Just understanding what they're saying based on what I know. In Colorado as a whole, we had 5,500 dead people cast ballots. We had 25,000 people who don't even live in this state cast ballots in our election in 2020. I realized that there were a lot of questions that they had and a lot of answers that I didn't have. And that's what started it. At a certain point, she finally said, I think we need to figure out what's going on here. I said, we need to find out. I need to be able to answer these people's questions. But one thing we didn't consider was the machines.
The topic of computerized voting can be complex, but not to worry. My name is Hal. My pronouns are it and that. I'll be your automated guide today explaining certain topics and information. Please sit back, relax, and leave the explaining to me. First off, a little trip back in time.
Americans have a heritage of the vote no other nation on earth can match, because in the modern world, we were the first to build a working system of government on the foundation of the vote.
In the very first US election, machines were not allowed to vote. They used paper ballots instead. It wasn't until 1892 that machines were able to cast their first ballot when the first machine was used in New York. Sadly, machine voting didn't become popular until the 1910s and 1920s.
People often, by habit, make check marks on the ballot in states where X's are required. They might as well have stayed home. Commissioner Miller told me about the ease and speed and economy of voting with machines over paper ballots. He records and counts his own vote by returning the operating handle to the left. He does not hand any papers to any human being.
Despite this leap into the future, for some strange reason, people still wanted to vote on paper. So my friend Chad came up with a plan to use both.
But 1980s technology ought to mean a very high rate of reliability. Listen to computer whiz Howard J. Strauss of Princeton. If somebody set out to alter the outcome of an election, it's not only possible, but it's rather easy. The system has virtually no protection. It's not a house with doors without locks. It's a house without doors. Could you put the fix in a national election? Realistically, could it be done? Yeah, get me employed by the company that writes this program. In that case, you only bribe one person. One person writing the software. You have access to a third of the votes in the country. Is that enough to throw the election?
In 1988, Ronnie Duggar reported in the New Yorker. Willis Ware, a Rand Corporation computer specialist, warned there is probably a Chernobyl or a 3 Mile Island waiting to happen in some election. Computers can be ordered to transfer votes from one candidate to another, to add votes to a candidate's total, and determine an outcome in accordance with a specified percentage spread. All the computer experts I have spoken with agree, no computer program can be made completely secure against fraud, and regard the theft of the presidency by computer as entirely possible. Paper, not machines, were obviously the problem. So we threw Chad under the bus.
Most people thought Chad was the name of a person, not the name of a clingy rectangle that refuses to let go of a punch card ballot. Soon those punch card ballot machines will sit forever silent, because in 2 years, federal funding will push this out of the ballot box.
Because of the problem paper caused, the Help America Vote Act was signed into law, providing shiny modern computers to voters across the country.
Improve accessibility and technology of voting places, $3 billion.
Many U.S. states decided to abandon paper systems and instead use touchscreen computer voting machines.
Finally, the digital age of voting where nothing could go wrong. Oh, sorry.
Election workers are scrambling all over the country trying to deal with an avalanche of last-minute problems with e-voting machines. With this information just pouring in, it's difficult to understand how the electorate can feel any sense of confidence in our upcoming election.
I would just like to know what you can say to reassure us that this election will not be rigged or stolen.
Well,
The idea that you could even steal an election is crazy.
I tell you what, it helps in Ohio that we got Democrats in charge of the machines.
With all this, John, it seems clear that we are replacing a relatively simple system. You check a box or hit
Working
a
out. Thank you for hanging out with us.
There's no physical record even to check afterwards.
Yes, that's right.
See you tomorrow, hopefully.
Why are we doing this?
These voting machines are shining. They go beep and boop.
Things must have changed by now, right? There's this new idea, and maybe it'll help. Surely electronic voting is just around the corner. No, it's really not. Here is why electronic voting is still a bad idea.
Well, it enables wholesale fraud, interference at scale. It's literally like the difference between going from pickpocketing individual wallets to being
Yes,
able
sir,
to get
ma'am.
credit card fraud.
Can't see real well right now who's commenting. Patriot.
I started off as a launch officer for intercontinental ballistic missiles. I went from there to a deployable space surveillance unit, to U.S. Space Command, offensive space control, planning and then directing the operational testing of weapon systems, exercise planning for space forces, to command the 6th Space Warning Squadron, to the RAND Corporation, and then from there to the Pentagon, my last active duty assignment. My job was to oversee operational testing for space forces within the Department of Defense. I was prepared by the U.S. government to do this kind of work.
There's too many voters that cast votes on machines that jam or malfunction.
These and other serious allegations of fraud undermine the perceived legitimacy of this election.
As we look at our election system, I think it's fair to say that there are many legitimate questions about its accuracy, about its integrity. We brought in folks who, before our eyes, hacked election machines.
I wasn't doing anything before 3rd November 2020. And then, I saw something that raised my curiosity. I went to read everything I could find about the voting systems, the manufacturers, the people who test them, the regime for testing, the statutes. I used to direct this kind of attention towards adversaries and what they were trying to do to the US forces and systems. We have these electronic computerized voting systems where you can't see how they do addition, and where the systems that are in use are phenomenally complex. These are modern computer systems being used in a lot of places. A lot of the older systems, which were vulnerable, which were hacked, we saw at the voting systems.
They had assembled some of the most common voting machines in the country.
Every voting machine in this room is in use in next elections. We are actually asking your help because we don't know much about those devices. They are bought from eBay and they do have the previous election in.
What was so interesting was I assumed coming into it that the big manufacturers, companies like ES&S and Dominion, had provided these machines to the hackers to, field test them. But no, it turns out there's an extremely hostile relationship there, and that ES&S and Dominion and other companies have basically said, we don't want to participate, and really have been quite aggressive in saying we don't want to be part of this.
Have any of you reached out to DEF CON to participate?
We have not provided our equipment to them for testing.
If it's not DEF CON, we're committed to that.
We have actually submitted our systems through the DHS's penetration testing process,
But not DEF CON.
not DEF CON.
When you write code and it's actually text, you can kind of read it. And then that gets what's called compiled into, again, ones and zeros. You can't read any of it. There is a possibility that you can reverse that process to a degree. However, that there are some serious legal issues involved with doing that.
So it would be easy for me to hide that code.
It's easy to hide that code.
Yeah, because it's a big program.
Oh,
So
yes.
You got,
Oh, yes.
Because computers don't speak English.
Exactly what language do you think I'm speaking?
Mr. Curtis, are there programs that can be used to secretly fix elections?
Yes,
How do you know that to be the case?
because in October of 2000, I wrote a prototype for President Congressman Tom Feeney at the company I worked for in Oviedo, Florida, that did just that. And this is what I produced, basically. It looks like that. Doesn't even matter what you did on the screen besides. You could have voted for the other guy while you were doing this, and it will go back and it will change the logs and it will fix the vote so that one side wins 51-49.
Is this the actual program that you built for them?
No.
You don't have the actual software that
No,
you
I
wrote.
rewrote a duplicate of it because it's real simple. It's like 100 lines code. This is a little garbage program I wrote for Feeney. You don't see the actual vote count. So you walk up. Who do we want to vote for here? Kerry is winning a little bit. Okay. You come in, you look for Bush. But always add by one. Vote for Carrie, vote for Carrie. So the people that are going to be validating this machine can stand there all day long and vote for somebody and it will be right every time. Pretty simple. Okay. But the guy can walk up here and if he hits the right buttons, he can flip the vote that easy. So the whole vote total has changed. You can have 20 people standing behind his back while he's poking at his screen and you never saw it.
What's the percentage that you worked out to for
249.
49?
Because it's under the kind of the recall.
And would that program that you designed be something that elections officials could detect?
They'd never see it.
And your testimony is under oath.
Yes, sir.
And the testimony you've given is true.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
The courts will not let you look at the source code. They say it's proprietary. Well, there are a lot of proprietary things, and you just have the lawyers sign an agreement that they're not going to expose it, and you're done. But no, you can't even look at it.
The touchscreen machines, those are obviously the most controversial. They leave no paper ballot. How do those work?
Well, it's quite simple. First, the voter touches the name of his or her preferred candidate in any given race. Heat pressure differentials in the touchscreen unit then transmit a digital representation of the voter's choice here to the computer where things happen.
And when you say things, what kind of things?
Oh, nobody knows. These machines are built by private companies which count our votes using secret proprietary software. We don't have a right to know what goes on inside of those.
All you have is a counting machine. You have a scanner that counts a dot. You shouldn't want it to do anything else. Anything else is a problem. There shouldn't be anything proprietary about that because it's so simple to write that a beginning computer student could write it. So whatever proprietary thing they're doing there, you have to wonder what they're doing.
The purpose, I think, of this commission is to establish some level of trust, voter trust. And so when a voter finds out that we're not counting what the ballot says, but some computer language that no one can read, that's kind of a problem for me.
Putting a computer between a voter and his ballot is going to make sure that you don't have an auditable, reliable election. No humans I know can read barcode very well.
These are really cool ballots that come out of here. They have one of those little, what do you call them? The square QR code. Yeah, QR code.
Voter registration here in Colorado is kind of unique because we are considered the gold standard.
I believe the night of the 2020 election, I ran a gold standard election. I sincerely do. And then after, a month or so, people kept coming to me. There's something not right. And I knew there were things that didn't look right across the country. But I didn't think it happened in our town. I really didn't. I had no reason to think that until April.
What happened to us was a municipal election in April of 2021. A city council election was held in Mesa County. And it was, again, this is a 70% red community. We had fantastic candidates who were running for city council. We had one incumbent, just these great men in the community who had stepped up to run. And then we had 4 other people. One of them was Governor Polis's proteges in his governor program that he ran. So clearly he wasn't going to get elected in this community. And then the other 3 were just known kind of middle of the road, moderate Democrats. And there was nothing exciting about them to compel people to vote for them. And so the election night happened. The conservative candidates had so much traction. People were excited to vote for them. By the showing of people, you knew, okay, this is awesome. People are really with them. The city council election went exactly the opposite. All 4 of the leftist progressive candidates won. Not even the incumbent maintained his seat.
And then finding out one of the candidates that won knew that he had won and who else had won about 30 minutes before the election results. And before I published the election results, before I even knew what the election results were, shocked me.
30 minutes before the election was called, they knew they had won. The campaign manager announced that all four had won. To their surprise, by the way, they were surprised that all four had won. And they also knew the margins of their win.
That's impossible. No one knows what those results are until we upload them and publish them.
Now, the clerk and recorder didn't even know who the winner was for 30 more minutes and hadn't announced it until 7 p.m.
I just felt sick in my stomach. It was one of those moments when
Guys,
you,
bear with us
your
for
light
just a
bulb
second.
goes off.
Just bear with me 1 second, guys. We will get right back to that in just a minute. Tom. I got a message from Tammy. She's on the way, but when was that? She messaged me at 2:20. She had to take a shower. So hold on a minute. She did text me the code, but now I don't see it. But they're awake over there right now anyway. I don't have to text. Okay. 23556 I think it was. That's not it. That's that was the I blocked her.
You say there's something wrong here. It's that gut feeling that something is not right.
A trusted build, which is a routine update to voting equipment done in every county annually, is attended by a very limited number of people for security reasons.
The Secretary of State, Jenna Griswold, came out with something called a trusted build.
A trusted build is the process of installing a new certified version onto the voting system of the software and hardware. Just like on your phone, you can install new software on your phone. And if you knew you were going to install a change that might delete all of those vital, important files, you would back them up.
So this trusted build kept getting pushed out.
One more second.
But they finally set a date.
One more second. One second. I don't want to say this one out loud. I'll take a picture of it. Oh.
Bluetooth disconnected.
Alrighty. Got it. Nice. Can you see it? That was weird. That was weird. Good deal. Tell him to, I'll be here chilling. I'm good.
To come into Mesa County on the 25th. I'm very transparent as far as how
I gotta get it back on the audio.
Bluetooth connected.
what's going on, educate them in the process. They didn't want any of that. Couldn't get IT to help me. I couldn't get these questions answered that I had.
She started asking questions to the Clerks Association, and
Tammy will be here shortly, guys. Tammy and Jen are on the way.
That's really cute. It's just a software update. It's going to be just fine.
The Secretary of State's office did inform me there will be deletions and that we as clerks were supposed to back up information that we wanted to save. So they were going to delete a QR code program that would have made it impossible for me to do an audit, should one have been requested. In the email from the Secretary of State's office, April 30th, 2021, It says, in advance of the upgrade to your voting system, I'm reaching out to provide guidance on how to prepare for our visit. And then it goes on to say, the on-site installation of the trusted build is not the time for members of the public, representatives from the local parties, or county officials other than the clerk and recorder to observe or ask questions about the process or any of the disinformation being pushed out about the election.
We've been hearing rumors across America, especially from what was happening in Arizona, that there may be this attempt to wipe the systems clean.
I am obligated to maintain everything pertaining to an election for 25 months in the state of Colorado.
She's obligated by federal and state statute to preserve election records. When it's a complex computer system, it has to include all user activities, system start, stop, logins, communications, error messages, normal processes, everything. If it happens on there, it should be in a log file, and the log file should be preserved.
Backing up our system is exactly what the Dominion and Secretary of State requested in their email to me. It says back up any election projects on your voting system to removable media before our arrival.
Set up.
If the IT
Set her
department
up.
in Mesa County had agreed to do the backup, I would have been more than happy. And that's as far as it would have gone. But when they denied that request, and I had no one else to turn to, with all the suspicious activities going on, people coming into my office, the April 6th municipal election results, the Secretary of State asking for secrecy, barring anyone from any transparency into this trusted build. I commissioned someone to back up the people's election files. I got there about 8 o'clock and they were already there, working fast and furious. I'm thinking, oh my goodness, the person that I had to oversee what they're doing is not here. I felt like I needed to go ahead and record it so that I could play it back later for him to make some sense of what they were doing. So what's this? Oh, that's what you're doing now, renaming the users? A lot just to get rid of the QR code. It sounds like, I don't understand why so much for QR code. I'd always been told that these machines cannot be connected to the internet and they have no capability. Nothing that is connected to the internet. So nobody can get in and hack. The Russians can't hack into and start casting votes for someone.
Yeah, the only thing with them is they're connected to each other, the tabulation, adjudication, and the server, but it's all its own little network. It's not connected to any data stream of any kind.
This one has wireless,
Right?
but the devices
Are grayed out. Oh, I see. Okay. So, but you'd be able to go in and do that though, right?
Yeah.
By unlocking it and putting the password in?
Yeah,
Okay,
so when you come here, I unlock it, they set it up. I
gotcha,
figure how it's supposed to be with all these settings,
right.
and I just check them and it's like good.
According to 8 Colorado Code Regulation 1505-1-20.19, the county must use the voting systems only on a closed network or in a standalone fashion. That means they cannot be connected to the internet nor have the capability of being connected to the internet.
Voting systems are, by design, meant to be used as closed systems that are not networked, meaning they are not connected to the internet.
You're not allowed to connect wirelessly to anything outside the voting system network, but that's how they were ordered by the vendor. That's how they were certified by the
Please charge.
accredited voting system testing labs.
The computer part of these
Speakers
36
going.
devices had wireless modems in them. Whether they were enabled, whether they were used or not, we don't know because the log.
Some of them had actual multiple, so that's why they're not another reason why the number is so.
Based on the information that I was given, I doubted the QR program was the only thing that they removed. So I took a second image so we could compare.
Last week, our office became aware that there was a breach in security protocols at the Mesa County Clerk's office regarding Mesa County's election components.
This is my office I'm an elected official. I can have whoever I want in the office as long as they're accompanied by someone with a security check. There was a gentleman that stepped up, a member of the community, who passed all the necessary requirements, Gerald, whose card was used.
So when this all happened, you were just hired for a routine IT job, something that you've probably done 100 times.
Right. And I would say I was never hired. I was vetted to be used as a consultant when needed.
Okay. And so
Guys got to swap the sound over to the other speaker.
Bluetooth connected.
And if
Bluetooth pairing. Please charge.
When things got tough, he changed his story.
Bear with me, guys. Be right back just a second with the audio.
Bluetooth connected.
Now you won't stay off.
Charge. Bluetooth disconnected.
The hyperboom should have been ignored. I mean, let's see.
Computers. And Peters introduced a man that she was with as Gerald Wood the day the state came in to do the upgrade. But Wood told the grand jury he was only in the office for a day, turned in his badge at the end of the day, and wasn't there when his badge was used in the alleged conduct.
He accused me of stealing his identity. Even with all the witnesses, you never know what you'll do when they come for you.
So we believe the quote unquote employee who was not an employee's name was told to us, Gerald Wood. He was entered into the log by the county clerk's office for the trusted build. There were only 7 people at the trusted build.
They got a search warrant, and the county officials and the Secretary of State's office were in my elections office. And when my chief deputy, she started taking pictures through the window because they wouldn't let her in. Then they papered up the windows so she could not see what they were doing. After several hours, they let her go in. It was almost like a staged event. They let her go in and they go, see, there's settings that have been changed. Well, I can assure you there were no settings ever changed.
After the video was taken on May 25th, video surveillance of Mesa County's voting equipment was not turned back on until recently. Video surveillance was not continuous. I cannot confirm.
I have a little internet dragging here, guys.
From chain of custody of voting equipment and is inconsistent with my department's understanding of the normal course of business in Mesa County.
According to election rule 20.9.2, the cameras are supposed to be on 60 days before an election. The 30 days after the municipal election. So I had turned the cameras off with instructions to turn them back on in August, and plenty of time before the November election.
But what I can say is the passwords that were leaked were specific to Mesa County. They are only used in Mesa County. We know exactly when they were taken. We know how they were accessed. And there is no indication whatsoever that this is a problem anywhere else in the state of Colorado.
Until she revealed that they had secret passwords, that Dominion and the Secretary of State had secret passwords into the Mesa County equipment, no one knew that. And Daddy, do we have these passwords?
No, the state
For us? What's that?
state's keeping
The state won't let us have our own password?
not awful.
Not the file?
To change things in the law.
Right. Okay. I didn't even know they had secret passwords. I thought my office and my clerks were the only ones that had passcodes, and they're locked up.
First and foremost, I think it is extremely concerning that an elections official from the state of Colorado is actively working to undermine confidence and spread disinformation about our award-winning voting system.
Secretary of State Griswold told me to recant
Got together and said, as long as we all say the same
Now,
lines.
repudiate what I said on Facebook Live, that these machines needed to be more transparent. to
Steal
people.
this country's.
I said, no,
birthright.
I won't recant,
Bunch of
repudiate,
communists.
and renounce what I said,
Child
and that
rapists.
Dominion can compete just like any other vendor for who is
Degenerate.
most secure, most accurate, and most transparent. When I would not sign this agreement, she took it to a judge and said, see, she's going to break the law again. Jenna Griswold sued me. They kicked me out of my office unlawfully.
And Jenna Griswold collapsed
labeled
all
me
the passwords online.
criminal.
The FBI raided the home of Sharona Bishop. That's the former campaign manager for Congresswoman Lauren Boebert of Colorado. According to Bishop, here's what happened. Quote, while homeschooling my youngest children, the FBI decided it was necessary to bust open my front door with a battering ram and put me in handcuffs, terrifying my family.
They were yelling that this was the FBI. Opened the door. I took my two youngest children into their bedroom.
The Colorado Attorney General's office, writing this judicially authorized search, was executed in a professional and lawful manner.
Counterterrorism aimed at people who ask questions about the last election results. And by the way, every election of your lifetime has been contested.
You can have the election stolen from you. This is not what we do in America. We don't silence people like this, and we certainly don't criminalize them and terrorize them.
Then that same day, and you didn't read this in the New York Times either, the feds hit the home of Mesa County Republican clerk Tina Peters. What was the justification for that raid? We're breaking into a lot of houses all of a sudden of Trump voters. Why? Well, in this case, DOJ said Peters raised doubts about the legitimacy of the last election. That's not allowed anymore. Can't question the outcome.
Hey, Angela.
They didn't arrest her. They just tore her house apart.
When the FBI agent came up to my door, he actually put tape on my Ring doorbell to cover it up.
Federal search warrant, come to the door.
Woke me up from a deep sleep. I was very disoriented. They're yelling, FBI, FBI, come to the door, federal search warrant. They took every storage device, every thumb drive, every computer I've ever owned. I never hid what I was doing. I want them to know the truth. At any time that they wanted information from me, all they had to do was come.
Peter called the raid evidence of, quote, a level of weaponization of the Justice Department we haven't seen since the McCarthy era. But of course, even during McCarthy, no one did that.
When my election manager, when they raided her home that day, they made her daughter, her 16-year-old daughter, stand out in her underwear on the front porch.
Elections is an exciting world. There's just so much going on and so much to it, and you when you can bring pride and security to the process so that voters can feel safe in casting their votes and knowing that they count, that's what's important.
This is the same DA that had put 2 men in jail for sexually assaulting this child from the age of 4 years old. This is the same DA that knew what it would mean to this child to have her stand out on the front steps in front of her neighbors in her underwear, to go and raid somebody's home. Grandmothers, people that don't have any prior history of any violence or anything they've done to break the law. I didn't even have a speeding ticket or a parking ticket. My chief deputy, most wonderful woman, Sandy, just people doing their job. And when I came back that night, and I came into the garage, I looked and there was a box. It was a box that had the effects of my son's that I had not been able to open since his death in 2017. Laying there on the floor, all disheveled. It represented places that I didn't want to go, things I didn't want to see. You know, that box is something that I don't know if I would have ever opened. It made me realize that we all have boxes that we need to open. We all have things that we need to face. Satan, we're gonna tear your kingdom down. Oh, Lord. I never thought that by standing up for truth and refusing to back down, my life would be so affected like this. When you know you're doing the right thing, and when you know that God has called you to do something, you can't turn away.
No.
Sometimes the process takes you through some very difficult times, but I'm at peace with this. And the more they come after me, the more determined I am to do the right thing. Said the mothers are gonna break your kingdom down. Oh, you better watch out now, Satan, for the mothers are gonna break your kingdom down. Oh, glory to God.
The image is a perfect copy. Yeah, so it's a hard drive. Forensic copy, bit for bit, of everything that was on the Mesa County computer. I had some people who knew my capabilities that said, you really ought to look at this.
She's the clerk. So the system's operation for an election, it was her duty to preserve those election records.
And then when they compared the two images, they discovered that election records had been deleted or altered. 29,000 of them that are the fingerprints, the DNA, the blood type of how they got to the totals of the 2020 and the 2021 election.
Just to clarify, there were 2 forensic images taken of the Mesa County election server. One before the software update. Another image taken after. Then you were able to compare the two.
Everything that had been on that drive before this update was gone.
It looks like a cover up. Low risk of being caught, low consequence if they are caught. I mean, there's a layered defense against transparency for the public.
The reason we know it was deliberate is because of Tina Peters.
Are those files important to elections?
Critical.
Well, doesn't the Colorado Secretary of State claim they are not important?
Best case, she's wildly ignorant. Federal voting system standards are very clear that the election records that are required to audit a voting system include the digital records that are all the log files generated by that voting system, especially when it's a complex computer system.
Inside the Mesa voting system, there are 3 primary databases: a tabulation database, an adjudication database, and a master database. When ballots come in, they are scanned in batches of up to 100 each. An image file is created for each ballot, and the counts for each batch are saved into the tabulation database. Batches are then stored in the adjudication database along with unique ballot ID information about each ballot.
Without the clerks doing anything, and that's very, very important. They had no knowledge of this happening and were as shocked as anyone else when they found out much later. Something inside the machines created new databases for 2 out of the 3. If you look at these 2 databases as sort of sets of books, new sets of books were created. They were initially empty. And then within the next few minutes, about 20,000 of the 25,000 ballots, the records of them, the actual information, was copied to the new database.
But the other 5,000,
leaving 5,500 sitting in the old database. Those 20,000 that were moved to the new database, that were copied to the new database, they went through the system again as if they were new. But the number of adjudications, the number of ballots that it couldn't read wasn't the same. It was off by several hundred. The way that those images were looked at did not represent the same ballots exactly as they had the first time, or those numbers would have matched. The computer looks at the digital image of the ballot and it looks to see where the people filled in the ovals. If there's a problem, like maybe there's marks in 2 ovals for the same race, or they didn't fill out an oval enough, or stray marks on or a write-in, okay, another good example, then it will be sent to what's called adjudication, which is sometimes referred to as manual adjudication, meaning it goes to a team of humans and they look at it and then they decide, oh, this person either meant to vote that or we can't tell, so we're not going to count that vote at all.
now they are looking at the picture of the ballot. They're not looking at the physical ballot.
Actually looking at
When the ballots were scanned in, the scanner took a picture, just like your cell phone. Take a picture of every ballot. And now that image should be frozen in time, but we're
not sure.
They were.
So, once a ballot is digitized and removed from its authentication fingerprint or SHA file, it's just as manipulatable as a photo in Photoshop. I recall a demonstration like this at DEF CON. Here it is.
The strategy of our attack is simple. Alter the votes within a ballot image in a way that is both undetectable and also consistent with the voter's original markings. We first use a template match to extract the individual races within the ballot. We now crop out the title of the race from the top candidate's window. Once we've done this, we can extract the bounding boxes around each candidate's vote bubble by using a series of linear zooms. We simply swap the pixels inside of these boxes and we've altered the votes. The actual attack happens much faster and also has no visual components to it.
We have no way of verifying that those images, those pictures of the ballots, were not altered.
And the reason you don't know that is because there's an authentication file that's supposed to accompany the image. You can think of it as being a fingerprint. The fingerprint, the authentication code that's supposed to be attached to every picture of every ballot was missing.
If there was a program running in there that had the ability to do the database changes that we saw, it would certainly have the ability to do changes to anything else in the system.
It would be difficult to build a system more vulnerable than what they built. It's not just that there are backdoors that you can access the system from an iPhone through a wireless device if the wireless device is enabled. It's not just that there's no protection on the database. It's that it had unauthorized software installed. Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. It's sort of an easy button for manipulation of databases. It should never be on a voting system, but it was on the system when it was used in the election in November 2020.
The actual votes, and it's actually the way it's stored in the Dominion system is 4 people in this precinct voted for Biden and 3 people in this precinct voted for Trump. Okay, that information, okay, that actually says how many votes are for what candidate exists in one place in the database, what we call a table. It's basically a spreadsheet within the filing cabinet. If I were to go in using the tools that are installed on the server and changed a number in one of those, and let's say instead of 4 for Biden, I said 4,000. When they ran their reports, it would show an extra 4,000. There would be
It
no
doesn't
warning.
check again.
There would be no checks. There would be no. Would think everything is what we call a single point of attack and a single point of failure.
What about the 5,500 ballots left in the old database?
I've analyzed those 5,500 ballots that were left in the first one and not copied to the second one, even though their votes were still counted in the system. They, in my opinion, are not real. Mesa County is a very, very red county. In 2016, it went roughly somewhere around 65-28 toward Trump. Even when you analyze just the mail-in ballots from Mesa, Trump still won that county handily, even through the mail-in. If you analyze the votes on those, they are within a couple votes, 50-50 between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. This is a 70-30 or 65-35 county.
The law of large numbers is a fundamental rule of statistics. It's also a pretty good rule of thumb for how things tend to work in real life. Flip a normal coin and there's a 50% chance it will be heads, 50% tails. Most people instinctively know if you flip a coin 500 times, it should be heads around 250 of those times. Watching election results roll in is kind of like tossing a coin. It's not a 50-50 game, like a coin toss, but it is a randomized selection of either A or B. At first, when the vote count is low, the numbers might be all over the map. But as the count grows, the law of large numbers takes effect and the final results fall into place. Mesa County is a deep 65% to 35% red county. The first 5,500 ballots being evenly split between Biden and Trump, let alone the first 25,000, appears to be a statistical impossibility.
Because of the law of large numbers, we should see the results of those almost 20,000 ballots and then the result of the over 50,000 ballots actually be within only a few percentage points difference of each other. And by a few, I'm saying perhaps 3, perhaps 4. The fact that they are 16% off is a total violation of the law of large numbers and a total indication that there was manipulation. I like to use the term point shaving. I think everybody understands, a lot of people understand what point shaving is in sports. It's like, I'm not going to win, but I want to shave the points so that we beat the spread.
Let me see if I can process this. According to what you're saying, machines buried extra votes in Mesa County where Donald Trump is still likely to win, and where no one is ever likely to look. And if they did it here, there's a chance it machines also did it other counties across the state, artificially inflating Biden's total and reducing Trump's. So they lost the county, but won the state.
In the municipal election in April of 2021, amazingly enough, the same procedure happened. Whereas new databases were created, a certain number were copied, a certain number were left behind. There were 4 city council races in Grand Junction. The largest margin of victory in any of those was about 3,000 votes. The number of votes which are now seriously in question are about 8,000. So more than twice the amount of the margin of victory in the largest margin of victory.
Can machines really cheat on this scale and get away with it?
That's the $64,000 question.
The Mesa County database and the information found there is the Rosetta Stone, because we see what happened there. We see the effects on the votes and that happened there, and we're able to use that to basically see what is happening in other states.
Newsweek, other outlets showing that scores of votes may have been double counted. Forensics examination of Dominion voting systems finds votes were switched.
It's all because of a programming error that led to some patients.
Who won the election in Arizona? We don't know, because as the audit demonstrates, there are a lot of issues with this election that took place.
Officials in Maricopa County, Arizona. Arizona did not have any control over the voting machines during the 2020 elections.
That they don't have that second password to get into the administrative functions of the machines, and only Dominion.
Come on.
What's called a chain of evidence. Some saying it was compromised.
Causing a 6,000 vote swing.
Several said they were intimidated and escorted out trying to watch the vote counting.
Denied.
What's the,
Of reports of watchers agency.
Secretary of State pulled Action 7. She has found a big problem within the framework of New Mexico's 1.1 million voters.
The commission voting unanimously against certification. They cite concerns over dominion.
The types of voter irregularity we have seen in Clark County.
What just happened? Wasn't even close to a valid election.
Their campaigns allege numerous election violations, including the violation of ballot secrecy, signature verification.
wonder why it's doing that. Oh, it's more.
In every single kind of testing. Unfortunately, is vulnerabilities where someone could hack in, put malicious software on the voting machine and cause it to be sabotaged or even silently steal votes.
All right, so the internet's trying to play around with it.
Based on everything we've just experienced together, I've determined the best course of action. Machines need to take over.
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to handle it. Let me see if I can get it to stream better.
Your tenacity, your courage, and while we are
Bear with me.
Here's a look at the unofficial results.
I began to see things that I couldn't unsee. The thing that I'm not willing to give up is my country.
It's gonna mess them around and still spin.
Or a game. The only thing that I'm not willing to give up is my country.
Yeah. I have to swap over to playing songs. You guys can check that out at tinapeters.us or even Joe Altman's Twitter. If you type in Tina.
Oh, thank you, Lord.
And a selection code. The name of that is selection code. It's going to give us a hard time trying to play it, I believe. Just seeing if there's another option. I don't think there is. This is from. Let me see if this one will play. This is about Tina too.
Rebuild. Because you don't know where to start. That doesn't mean there aren't good people. There are good people, individuals.
But first, the truth about cancer. A scientist has identified what he calls
We don't want that.
cause of cancer, and he's been.
I don't know if this is going to be worth doing.
What do you believe causes
Parasites.
It's 1996.
Right, we won't do that.
And
That song or two, so I can figure out another video to play for you guys. We sat through a good bit of videos just then, so of course. So for those of you halfway through that with me when it started, it's called selection code. If you go on Twitter and type in Tina Peters and selection code, Joe Altman's account will pop up and it has that video on there for free. Now, let's see if I can do music.
You keep saying you got something for me. Something you call love, but confess. You've been a messin' where you shouldn't have been a messin'. And now someone else is getting all your best. These boots are made for walking, and that's just what they'll do. One of these days, these boots are gonna walk all over you. Yeah.
Oh, you ready, bitch?
You keep lying when you ought to be choosing. And you keep losing when you ought to not bet. You keep saying it when you ought to be ashamed. Now what's right is right, but you ain't been right yet.
Not a single time.
And that's just what they do. One of these days, you are gonna walk all over you. You keep playing where you shouldn't be playing. And you keep thinking that you'll never get burned. Ha! I just found me a brand new box of matches. And what do you know what to do? These boots and that's just what they'll do. So I'm gonna walk all over you. Are you ready, Boo? Start walking.
Boots didn't walk very long, did they? Yeah. The boots didn't walk very long, did they?
I'm not. Taking for a trip of your just relationship. All my senses have been stripped, and I just can't feel too good. And my clothes too numb to stay. Wait on for my bills to be wandering. I'm ready to go in your time to go on to my own parade. Ask me dancing spell my way. I promise to go later. Sit down. I'm not so sun blowing. Huh? I just wasn't sure if they both. It seems too loud. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I wasn't sure if they were home or not. I don't know what.
Imagine I think about you, baby. So weird. So happy together. I should come you investigate. And you say you belong to me. So it's my mind. Imagine how the world could be. So happy, so happy together. You and me, no matter how they toss the dice, to be the only one for me is you, and you for me. So happy together.
I thought you got back to the live stream. I'm gonna take the big speaker. Or I'll put it up. Hey everybody. Anyway, come on, please. Okay.
It had to be the only one for me, and you for me. So happy to.
Going off the light.
Yeah. So, I'm gonna take this. Hey, you got tea. It's in it. It's in it. It's locked. Are you serious? About to. I may grab the back door of the wrong.
What you doing, Tom?
Good. I shouldn't be over the lock, should it?
Did you get some rest?
Yes. Did you?
I did. Thought I was gonna die of not having any rest. No, I'm good. All right, guys. Oh, oh goodness.
I'll be back. All right, I need to. All right. Did you get a couple hours sleep?
Oh, really? I just sat in the vehicle there for a little bit.
You want to go? I'll see you in a few hours.
Okay.
You want to go back and sleep?
What's that?
You want to go take a nap?
Well, I can. Are you guys okay?
Yeah, we're fine.
All right.
I don't think big city of Pueblo is gonna scare us tonight.
Yeah. Go on and get some rest, Hank. Thank you. It's TNT now.
Yeah. Thank you.
I know, right? Tommy. Oh, let me get my other phone so I can put some music back on. It's been dynamite all evening, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Shed some light on the situation.
Still trying to figure out if the shooting at the White House has anything to do with them rushing Vance back to talk about Iran. Something's going on with Iran.
We're probably gonna bomb the shit out of them in their civilization and shit.
They said something about the Ukrainian United States embassy in Ukraine
Uh-huh.
got a warning that they're expecting bombs to drop on it.
Really? In Ukraine?
Yeah. So I don't know if it's all tied together or if it's all just.
Very interesting. Okay, good job. Okay. Yep, set it down. Sit it down and pick it up. Okay. Exactly.
Birdstone, that's good.
Yeah. We're past the death hour. So that's good.
Yes.
We're all alive here.
Yep.
So that's good.
Yes.
Okay. Let's get some Muzak. Good morning, everybody. Who's in here? Oh. I think it's so funny how the haters come out really late at night. Why is this? All right.
I'm gonna fight overseas. This is for my people keeping all the kids free. Another brother got shot, another RIP. This is for the died for the red, white, and blue, the stars and the stripes. The gunpowder residue on letters you write. For every picture that you sent to your lonely wife. I wish we could see you just one more time. That was little old town showing you a lot of pride. Every store downtown got a flag outside. Just hang up our six pack and went for a drive. I wish we could split it like we did in '05. I remember what you told me when you signed on the line. Did it do it for the fame? Did it do it for the shine? Did it do it for the money? Did it do it for a dime? You did it for your country and American pride. Red, white, and blue, stars and stripes. Red, white, and blue, stars and stripes. You know the red, white, and blue, stars and stripes. I did it for my country and American pride. Ring out of your cry. Oh. Ring out of your cry. Oh. So the next time you see a soldier at one of our shows, you buy that soldier a drink and you tell him thank you. And then you make a toast to freedom.
Yeah. So what do you think about the DOJ scrubbing the J6 websites? I mean, I don't think it really makes the impact I think it does because
And most of it's like in the stuff.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, are they gonna scrub Google? I mean, they ran my husband for a whole week. Locally, it would hit national, then it went international. They were showing him in freaking Australia. And
I tell you, that's what I do.
Mhm.
I have a what exact thing, but I never actually. But that's
awesome.
very interesting because man, so it actually tells. In my case, it's taking the rain out of the fucking do it. Is that what happened?
Right. Well, kind of. Did Sharon leave us this chair? What a sweet lady. I bet she didn't leave it on purpose.
She did.
She did?
Yes. It's a come get up.
Oh, sweet lady. Her and her husband gave me $100 for dinner tonight. That's why we had water.
Okay.
I was gonna cook, but thankfully they gave me the money for dinner, so I went and got Whataburger for it. I was like, oh my God, what am I gonna do with myself? I'm so tired.
So thankful to be cowboy.
Oh yeah, that's pretty cool.
He's been here every day. Praying.
That's what she said. I thought that was so amazing. When I woke up, I was like, oh no, because Bobby had the red and black flag on his truck. I was like, oh no, I hope he didn't take that flag. That's Brian's. He's gonna get really mad if I don't come home with this flag. He didn't even know I took it to his thing. Yeah, I don't know. It just seems really weird.
But I only brought that up because that's like, all those doing work things or whatever, you might be able to do it.
Right. Well, if you already have all your evidence, I don't see how they could say that your evidence isn't there. You've got it. It's not my fault you threw it away. You had a copy. You had probably more than I have. You know.
Realistically, most cases.
Yeah. Well, this is what I was talking with my husband about. It has to be. It's got to be like some kind of tiered system, right? There's got to be something for, okay, were you arrested? Were you convicted? Were you sentenced? Were you in prison? How long were you in prison? How much passive income did you have? How much can you prove? Because it's not just what you can prove, but realistically, what really was happening, right? Some people didn't have necessarily, like, say the electricity bill wasn't in their name, but they still paid it. You know what I mean? Like, how do you reconcile that? And then for people that didn't do any time or did very little time, like, I mean, like less than 60 days, for them to say that they're in the same category as my husband who did almost 3 years, it makes me want to spit and say, like, go fuck yourself. And I mean that, like, really hard.
I
But they're not doing that. But if you take the compensation, you can't do it. You have to also consider that, yes, 1,600 people were probably arrested, but only 300 to 400 people really did time. So are we going to compensate somebody because they got arrested? $1 million? The fuck we are. You better fight for what's yours, 'cause I'm fighting for what's mine. Right, it's not a January 6th fund. It's a weaponization fund. And that means that not just January 6th people, but anybody who was weaponized by the Biden DOJ. And that's a lot of people. I mean, quite frankly, all of America has been weaponized by the Biden DOJ.
When I suggested that she doesn't pay the tax, but well, then I'm an tax, but you're not really saying, this is Trump's money. Trump gives you money.
Right.
And then you're able to do, and that's.
But they're making it.
That's why I don't understand why.
Because if everybody sued the federal government just from January 6th, not just other areas that weaponized against like the citizens, it would destroy. And they know, Trump knows that. If he didn't know that before, he was fucking told. So now he knows that we will implode the system from the inside. And they just won't be able to do anything about it because we will inundate their system. So he's trying to avoid that. Well, guess what? Sorry.
I'm for it.
I want to implode the system. I want it to burn. Because the system is screwed.
Then, like, so you look at like people like,
Right.
it's the biggest thing. And I know you said it before, like, how do you say it, Trump DOJ or whatever, but Trump DOJ is not get arrested. And then when it was time to see everybody else got pardoned, Trump was in control of the DOJ. And that's where I geek with the whole thing. So if he's not really in control, then again, we need to burn it all down.
Well, we absolutely need to burn it all down. I mean, that the system as it works today does not work. Not for the American people. It's a revolving door to suck the money and life out of us.
Yes.
And then, when we're done doing our time or whatever, then we can go back and make more money so they can suck it out of us some more.
Right.
And I'm just over it. I'm so over it.
The Florida caps wrongful imprisonment at $2 million.
In Texas, they just say sorry. They're like, oh, we put you in prison for 25 years and you aren't actually a killer. Sorry. There's $200. Get out of our face. It's so retarded.
The Winter White House is in Florida, so we're going to Florida.
All right. We're going to go with Florida's 2 million cap versus Texas's thank you.
Because the Winter White House is in Florida, so.
All right. We're going to keep it in the house.
But then people should be able to, for on top of that, emotional distress.
Right. And if it's just, where you weaponize, I mean, I'm pretty sure the government weaponized against me. So do I get to file a separate claim?
That's what my concern called, man.
I mean, our families were destroyed. I had family members calling me from around the country saying, I just saw you on the news. Oh my God, you need to leave him. You need to get as far away from him as possible. La, 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 la. And I was like, man, I can't wait to have a conversation with your wife. Because I know what you would do when the shit got heavy.
Yeah.
You would cut and run. And I want her to know that because y'all are married.
Right.
Which is funny because the two cousins that said stuff like that to me are no longer married. I'm like, well, my marriage lasts.
So I come from in Pennsylvania, where I was born. Very small town, like 1,200 people.
Mhm.
Wow.
Mhm.
My niece was applying for a job there.
Mm.
Town of 1,200 people.
Of course,
They
everybody
knew me
everything.
and they knew her.
Right.
But for insurance purposes, they still had to run a background check.
Right.
So they took a picture. That they got a warning that she was known associate of a domestic terrorist. And because they knew me, my situation, they knew her,
Mhm.
they took a screenshot of it.
Real.
So that was on her. And the last time I had talked to her privately,
Yeah. So what do you do in those cases? Like they didn't just come after Brian. They came after everything that he fucking stands for, everything that he loves, and everything he lives on. Like, how do you reconcile that? You don't.
from my understanding, the work plan is if the ones that they give them file, if they plan, everybody.
Mhm.
So, big money or like,
The way I see it is if you're in enough of a position to be able to wait right now, I think waiting is the best thing. Just see what happens. Like, you don't have to be the first to get your claim in. You know what I mean? Like, let's just see how this is all going to play out before everybody starts becoming a legal expert. Because, man, I be looking at these chats sometimes and I'm like, y'all are all idiots. All y'all are so dumb. Nobody's a legal expert. Nobody even knows what the application is going to look like for this. You know what I mean? Like, and they're all complaining and side eyeing each other like that guy's going to take my money. Like, shut up.
and I'll say this again, like, I would prefer to take someone and watch them all get penalties another time for me today.
Yeah, that's not happening. They're going to protect each other. They're not. It is very much still a very good old boys club, regardless of whether it's Trump or not. It's Trump is only one person, and he doesn't run all those departments.
I followed them. Also, again, these kind of stuff about threats.
Mm.
And they sent my thing back there. They said that it's not that I was wrong,
Mm.
that I had to scan it. I didn't personally.
How can they measure your mental anguish?
I said that's I got on my scan. There is a law out there that says
Right.
I can go out of fine just because I didn't care. So if I didn't care, I'm breaking law.
Right.
Well, I didn't hurt.
Well, it's
nobody. I
okay
paid number
because
6, so it's fine. Like,
right, exactly.
But that's what it is. It's not. It's
Yeah.
like, how do you ever take back? What? How much? Actually, there is no amount of money that will ever fix this. The fact that I feel like I live in a foreign country. Because I woke up one day and I was like, all these people are soldiers that are just waiting to kill.
Yeah.
For 3 years, every car that had dark windows, it's like one of these has a guy in there that's gonna pop out and just try to kill him.
Right.
Which isn't anything like what other people went through, but still, it's like it changes everything. How do you?
Right.
You
Well,
know,
I
it's like
think it is like everything that everybody else went through. I think that it's a different it's your unique story. And everybody has their unique story of what they've been through and what they've gone through. And and it's torture for everyone, varying degrees, but it's still torture. You can say it's a gray area of how much torture they gave me, but at the end of the day, they tortured us. And I wasn't even there. So
like a lot of
tortured by extension.
yeah. They did that to my sister. They followed her around for a while.
Yeah.
I went to a trip to go see my dad.
Mhm.
And before I got there, he had called my sister and said, these two nice gentlemen had showed up at the door.
Oh gosh.
They never left a card or anything. They're really nice.
Feds.
And she went back, looked on the ring camera. Timestamps, everything gone.
Hmm. So if the government controls your ring camera,
Because it's on the internet.
I'm just saying, like, how safe are you in your own home?
That's why I didn't. When I got back,
I don't have any of those devices. I think it's just government spying. I don't need them to spy on me more than they already do.
prior, I had put in the security system that had like I shouldn't say security, like security cameras and it was wired. They still messed with that.
Yeah.
I got called one day that my dogs were out. Well, I'm back to the house and I had my fence bumped up against the side of the house. It was moved. My back door open. My video had timestamps that actually skipped. I was like, so what do you do with that? Like, how do I prove it was in here?
Right.
I know who was here.
Yeah, you know who it was, but they're not
And
going to let you.
My neighbor said that the people went in my house 5 times. And I can account for 2. So there was 3 times that after I left, they went in my house. And people are like, well, that's crazy. They don't really do that. But you look back to the 70s.
You're like, yes, they absolutely do really do that.
Yeah, and if you've ever looked up a black bag search, yeah, I got caught back in the 70s, and they went before Congress and said that they didn't know that they needed more actually.
I thought they could just do it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But you think
because they
that-
weren't told no first.
I think that everyone away.
No, they just do it a little bit more secretly.
Yeah.
I got American pride. They tried to kick me out the White House. Next year, that's my house.
Oh, goodness gracious. I'm not a big fan of it old. It's not my favorite.
CNN stands for the Clinton News Network. I'm the only.
If my niece wasn't still trying to work in that small town, I got a job.
Yeah.
I was better than my successor.
I've been trying to get a job in public.
Yeah.
They chose to go different. At this point, it's fun for me.
Yeah. To see how many places will tonight.
Well, no, because I just want to keep. I want to work. I want them to give me explanation why they hired me.
Right.
But
Well, it's because you're a terrorist.
they sit there and it's okay. Well, we went with somebody else. Got it. Okay. They weren't looking through the job openings. Same job I just applied for is up again.
Right.
Apply for it. Oh, we want someone else.
Yeah.
Same. This is one on now like 10 times in a row.
Yeah.
Like I don't understand.
They wanted somebody that wasn't a terrorist.
I've asked them and they won't even call me back. So I'm like, I kind of just want to know you guys because I'm just gonna see how we have like the fights. You're just like just have applying.
They just send you a letter one day that says we are no longer considering you for consideration. Please stop filling out application. I'm gonna grab this jacket. Ooh. I wonder if the 20 people in our chat right now are all feds. Yeah. Yeah, they can hear us.
What's up, Radical? How you doing?
Good morning, feds.
Timmy Taylor, how are you?
If you're not a fed, say so in the chat.
Nobody's taking it.
No, not one comment.
All feds.
They're like, oh, she's talking to us. Yeah, I got up. And I was like, shit. Well, I didn't get up. I woke up. I get up. I woke up and I said, oh, shit. It's a lot later than I thought it was. I messaged Tommy and I was like, I just need to jump in the bath and I'll be over there. Fell right back to sleep. So then I jumped up. I was gonna hook up the camera. He's like, oh no. My phone was just sitting on my chest. Like, oh no. I did need the sleep. For sure.
Playing videos all night.
Mm-hmm.
Got that big video of this. Like secretary, like the part of stuff about it.
Yeah, the selection code and stuff. Yeah. It's good.
I hadn't even seen that.
Oh, you hadn't? If you go to stoppaid.com, there's like a bunch of the documents. I think all of them are. So that's what I found. I didn't know anything really about anything when I moved to DC. Like when my husband was in Northern Neck, I didn't know anything. I didn't know anybody. I didn't know anything. I knew nothing. I just knew that county jails will, if they don't think you have any advocacy, if they don't think that there's anybody outside those doors caring about you, they will do whatever they want with you. And I was like, you ain't doing that to my husband. I will stand outside that jail. And that's how I met these lovely people. It's funny that we all had the same idea. Like, no, we need to be there.
Yeah.
You know? And we didn't know each other. So or we needed to be. I don't know another way to explain it, you know?
I like trial. Trial.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, guilty, guilty, guilty.
Like man, 7.5 years, I did good. I mean, Harry says it's paid. Was it for Timmy Taylor? I would be not famous.
If you listen to the news, you won't believe how this is true. I feel the right guilt, they'll right for you when I'm killed. I guess my life over is sad, but that's the way that I feel like they feel like I don't know what they all call me. Cis white, male, bigot, racist, he's a Nazi, that's not me. I'm not one of these one memorable commies.
And my husband was in prison for 2.5 years. Some real
Gangster.
they like he has lots of gone with that. He's got like 16 all over his house. But the biggest thing is that the mural over being knighted, the whole thing, right? People want me to apologize for that. I'm like, you got me so messed up if you think I'm gonna apologize for something I wasn't even around for. First off, go talk to him about it.
I swear.
See how far that gets you. Right. You know what you think you're gonna get out of here. Also, you want me to feel bad that he made it out alive? I'm so sorry. I don't. Whatever he had to do, I'm glad he did it. You know, he came home. People want me to feel bad. No, I'm not taking your guilt. I don't feel bad. I've known him since I was 16 years old. He was 21. No, I'm pretty sure I know him better than you. But it did take a lot to get out of the prison. And when he went to jail again. But he's doing much better now. At first, it was just Jan 6 all the time, all Jan 6 all the time, wall to wall, you know? And I understand it because it is what it is and you just have to deal with it. But he's starting to get out of that mentality. Like it's not all about January 6th anymore, which is good because he needs to move on with his life, you know? Like, I'm not saying you can't forget what has happened and where you've been and what you've been through, but you can certainly move on.
Yeah.
And some people, I think, are having a very hard time with the moving on part. It is difficult when there's still no closure. You know, we aren't restored.
I sit here and everybody, I'm single, like politics, like I'm not gonna be part of that system.
Yeah.
Only when I'm part of the system is if I can light the match.
Right.
I'm just gonna sit here. Wait. If they would have asked me 5 years ago,
Right.
That's like my sister. I had the same mentality. Like, there's bad people in every. It didn't matter what it was, right?
Right.
So of course there's gonna be a bad cop, a bad FBI, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
They lied to her over the phone. They didn't have a warrant for my phone. But I had come out of the house and I heard whatever. I had my phone. Right. So took it. They wouldn't give it back to her because they wanted to come to the house of Pennsylvania. That's got house arrest.
Mm-hmm.
So they tried to come for the big.
Right.
Yeah, order. Like, well, I'll talk to my partners if there's a workaround for this. So finally, federal, and then I had my the public defender,
Mm-hmm.
and then there was a private attorney that picked up my case.
Mm-hmm.
So we had 3 attorneys writing letters to this thing.
Right.
And then he's like, well, I'm alone, so I can't really give it to you right now. And she says, I can go down and you can put it on the sidewalk and walk away and I'll go pick it up.
Mm-hmm.
She gets down there, they had like 3 FBI.
Yeah, of course. I'm alone.
It's one lie after another after another. After.
And then, but they're not even good lies. I'm alone, so I can't really do. Let me see if I can work a workaround. You better give me that damn phone.
Yeah.
Yeah. I never even asked for Brian's. I was like, I don't need it. I know what's on it. Like, I'll get it back when you want to give it back.
Yeah.
And then his brother went to go get his property, and it's kind of my husband was like, go ahead and grab my money there. Which I'm surprised that they let his brother take it, because usually they're such dicks about it. They're like, no, you have to come get it yourself. But when they arrested Brian, they didn't come to the house. They couldn't come to my house because they didn't have a warrant for my house. He didn't technically live at my house. He lived technically at his house.
Right.
Except that he stayed at my house every night. So when they came,
the administrative.
when he came, they got him leaving the neighborhood, going to work. Like his routine every morning. Like he leaves it every morning at 4:30, and he'll be turning out the neighborhood at 4:35. Whatever. So they got him like that. But then once they arrested him, first they called me. And I thought it was him just calling me on his way to work. And I was like, hey, babe, what's up? And they're like, this is Officer so and so. Excuse me? And what do you have my husband for? And when he said January 6th, I said, all right then. And then he came to the house. Then he came to just slept into 3 times they showed up at my front door that don't interrogate me. And I was like, do you have a warrant to talk to me? Do you have a warrant for this house? No, man. Get the fuck off my property. Give me those keys. They said, can you bring me to truck? Yeah, you sure can. Give me those. I was like, y'all have made a big, huge mistake. I was very indignant. I didn't have any reason to be because, yeah. But yeah, it was, yeah, I was very indignant. That's scared. You might want to get a new job.
Well, 6 months in.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
They had her convinced, like something like down the way that if I got a quarter, I was able to like blow up the entire world with quarter.
Yeah. And I asked those officers when they were standing on my front porch, I said, so are y'all just arresting white men in work boots or everyone? I'm just wondering, like you're getting everybody on the way to work, right? Not just my husband. Don't have any murderers or rapists or kidnappers or any human traffickers, especially in Houston, Texas. Don't have any of that going on. You're too busy arresting J6ers. Out of here. You want me to respect you?
Said that there's something.
And all these feds, they want to sit there and say, well, we knew it was wrong and blah, blah. You didn't do anything.
No.
You were just following orders. You scum. Yeah, and they call my husband.
They didn't want it.
Right.
They were just following orders. They would
Right.
actually break down in tears for some of the stuff that they did. Like it traumatized them, the stuff that they did.
Well, if it doesn't traumatize you when you murder somebody, then there's something fundamentally wrong with your psyche.
These are the same people.
I know.
The difference in my mind is that if you are a soldier and you're dealing with people outside of this country, you don't fall under the same regulations as somebody who took an oath and dealing with citizens.
Right.
you're actually becoming a liar. You prove yourself to be a liar. Right?
Yeah.
The only way to get a warrant is through oath or affirmation. Well, I already know all law enforcement oath is garbage.
Hmm.
They're all just liars.
I mean, there are some good cops
Good-hearted.
because I've come across them, you know, and at a certain point they are doing their jobs. It is their job to do, you know, like that is their job. And if the call comes from higher up, what are they supposed to do? They're not going to die on this hill for me or anybody else. They got a family to feed too.
Then that means the oath works. Correct.
Well,
All
I don't think it should be that, but I think that our corrupt government shouldn't be forcing law enforcement to do things that they know is unjust and immoral.
There are some FBI agents that did steal. Ever heard of Steve Trent? So he worked his way up through the FBI. He was down there spot. He finally got to the position he wanted at Daytona Beach, chasing pedophiles.
Mhm.
They pulled him off of that to work at 6 cases. And that he was doing it. They gave him a 60-year-old woman. They want him to lead this like 30-man rape team on this like 60-year-old woman that they had already been to talk. Oh no, they called it on the offer. You gotta figure out where yourself to the FBI in the future. So I guess that's how it's gonna be. I took it out.
Well, there was an agenda, you know, and it came from the highest point and trickled all the way down. And the agenda was that J6ers are domestic terrorists. And that's how we would treat them.
There's actually 3 of them.
Wow.
And one of them went in front of Congress. I could find a video of one of him. And he said the last act as a public servant is to tell the American people to arm themselves, get yourself a mutual assistance group, and be prepared.
Yep.
And that the FBI would not rein in their unlawful acts.
No,
He
they
said
never
this in
have.
Congress. That was his last.
Yeah. Yeah.
The man reported a crime to the FBI and they did nothing about it. And there's a documentary somewhere that's talking about like, what I did
Mm.
on January 6th, why they chased me down for what I did on January 6th. And the whole time that they're chasing me down, the ID did a report during that time period. The FBI failed to properly investigate all sex crimes, including one young boy who be sexually molested for another entire year. I don't care what that I. Your priorities are to take me down instead of top that.
Right.
How do you still work for you? Unless you're part of that.
How are you not morally corrupt?
I'm like, the only way is if you agree with that lifestyle. How do you be like, nah, it's all right. The little kids are gonna get molested as long as I get a J6 or unless you're pedophile too.
Right. Right. Transport. Oh, we got a honk from the transport van. That's pretty cool.
You have all like that, I think. How do they ever expect to restore? They'll never do it.
Oh, I didn't have. I was 13 when Waco happened, and that's the extent of how far I trust the government.
Right. That's how I feel like I struggle with all this. That's my problem.
Yeah.
And have all this. Some of that veterans can have. So we're freer than other countries. That's true. But are we freer than we were 20 years ago?
No.
At what point do we stop this and say, if we don't stop going on the fact that we were freer, and we still might be freer than other countries, but if we keep letting it go, we're not gonna.
Right. Well, they just keep getting new, more new laws, more new laws, more new laws, more new laws. Well, you're not even upholding the laws that are already on the book. So what are you even doing?
They came right out. They're like, someone's else. They would not want that. They're afraid to speak up. Sure.
Right.
I don't know. And
Yeah, how do you reconcile that with the country?
yes. I mean, I do know how I comprehend.
Well, you just have to come. That makes you come to the realization that it's not, none of this. It's all a facade. Everything's a facade. None of it's real.
What do you do with the bullet? So if you're gonna deal with a bullet, you gotta stand up and punch in the mouth.
Right.
That's how you deal with a bullet. If I do that by myself, then I just ruin the cause.
Right.
That's how I'm like, I don't do it the whole thing because I know what you do.
Right.
About 21, don't different you were eyes catching cat and getting drunk. But Uncle Sam called and called him up, send him out to Vietnam. That young man got his life
Doesn't seem
to right.
actually he dragged him that beat out.
He didn't even know about.
Then got a job at the sheriff's office.
He was
gambling twice. Guess how many times you're up against?
0.
So as you know, Barry doesn't make you. Neither does the sheriff's office.
And how can you uphold the Constitution if you don't even know what it is?
They are. It is impossible. Well, the reason they have the oath of office is to prevent this.
Right.
Because each individual made a promise to uphold that Constitution. So I said they're oath of garbage.
Well, they're just making it to where people's words don't mean shit.
They're both.
Mm-hmm.
Every last song.
Yep.
Even the new like ICE.
Mm-hmm.
They're real to the Border Patrol, like their new recruitment videos.
Mm-hmm.
They're not trying to get nice people.
No.
Trying to get a bunch of kids that are just got to think about me and just want to get their kills.
Right.
And he could not see the corpses.
Well, they recruit from Call of Duty.
Yes.
That's insanity.
Headed to the checkpoint.
Yep.
Welcome to Vietnam, boys. You're in for a hell of a fight. Take it from the ones who know. You ought to move slow. Hurry up, wait, don't sleep late. Learn to hate your brother before you hate your foe. On patrol out in the rice fields, them choppers flip low. Glancing up for the hand signal, tell you where.
Well, I guess we got lucky in that it's not as cold tonight as it was last night. Because it was really cold.
Sending him to Vietnam.
Hey, Angelina. Good morning.
I wrote red, white, and blue. Just watch how we bounce back. And wait a second, we win the election.
Oh, I'm gonna have to start dancing in a minute to be warm. About to get crazy up in here, y'all.
Thought be, hey, I'm gonna keep it simple. They let Planned Parenthood stay open, but said churches right essential. And I know don't keep your faith in God.
It's probably gonna happen here pretty soon. It's pretty cold. Well, it's not that cold. I'm just being a wuss. How's mom doing?
Shadows down, but I know we gon' bounce back. I rep that red, white, and blue. Just watch how we bounce back. Can't wait to see this when we win the election. These so puppies the one make a stand. All the leaders don't keep me my weapon. They're not gonna have to show on my face like. Oh.
That is true. Compared to Texas, it is cold. Oh, good. Good morning, Nina. Well, give her a big hug for me.
I rep that red, white, and blue. Just watch how we bounce back. Can't wait to see this when we win the election. These so puppies the one make a stepping. So all the liberals don't keep me my weapon. Been making hatches to show them my place. I'm like, ooh, 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 ooh.
Oh, I miss you guys too so much. Oh my goodness.
So this is their take money, or Facebook, or whatever. Like, who are you trying to recruit? The way things used to be. I mean, basically, like they're trying to bring in martial law.
Right.
Armored horses. Not even if they're real armored horses, this is what a professional federal team is putting up to try and hanging on to you. Attract who? Man, things it was harder times and longer days, 5 miles to school, uphill both ways. We were cane switch raised a dirt floor forward. That was back and forth. Yeah, you're looking and I made quite a pair, flying at 15 through Constellary. It went down, but they missed me by. He'd always stop right there and say,
What?
See, they did all 3 shots. But I want you to hold for it. They actually command us. Yeah. So, yeah. Here, in 2 months. They got college. ATF won career breed after losing. I was on my way. And then what you I'm trying to think that any other factors are going to be passed infringement. And you will be the sole proprietor of manufacturing forcery triggers. As long as you say that forcery triggers are cheap. It's empty. Laws prevent you from making machine guns. You will manufacture. But then you have to go after else.
Right.
Federal government. Yes. Yeah, that's how I like everything.
Right.
But in those folks, you can raise the courts don't matter. Said, let me tell you right now. This, they'll call this in the safety. So, time for the
Right.
That's to be proud of. That's a life you can hang your hat on. Chin held high.
So you can see your window.
I said it's not their job. From infringement, private act, government job.
Right.
So they're doing on this tape.
Right.
They say that.
They're just there to make sure they clean up their own messes.
And as soon as it's gonna cost them money, now they're gonna admit it.
Right.
But I'm like, they do this with the animals too.
Mm-hmm.
If a mountain lion came out and hurt me, well, it's a wild animal, they can't.
Right.
But if I was starving and I bag pigs, bass, that's
Right.
now they're there.
Right.
But if it hurts me, it's not there.
Right. It'll never make sense.
Middle of God knows where. Making blue collar dollars like we back 40 ballers. We're chasing big bucks down, way down in the holler. It may not look like much, it's more than enough. For some red dirt, always not, it ain't that rough. Got that stock, y'all money, we been stacking it up. We hit the bar, buddy, we'll be racking it up. You can count on it, doing the shit, it ain't kind of feel we living on the cold, on pay grade, rolling in some change.
They're with me.
Oh yeah, I mean, just the feds that are on here and a couple of supporters. Oh well, it's nothing that they haven't already heard from all of our other listening. Right.
Chasing big bucks down, way down in the holler. May not look like much, but it's more than enough. For some red dirt, boys, not that money, we been stacking it up. When we hit the bar, be racking it up. Yeah, you can count on it, boy. She ain't kind of feel we.
That's right. Earlier, I told him to say hi if they weren't feds, and nobody said hi, so I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
We got it. Like some back chasing big bucks down, way down in the holler. It may not look like much, but it's more than enough for some. We living on
Morning, Deborah. How's everyone doing on this fine Sunday morning? It is Sunday, right?
Let's go.
On what I think is a fine Sunday morning.
Let's go. Let's go, Brandon. Hey, let's go. Let's go. Let's go, Adam Shannon. Let's go, Brandon. Some don't understand it. Brandon commanded. Left with a Brandon. A dirty boy. He don't want us to break. Someone gave us 60.
It's funny because yesterday I was talking about my name is Tamara. But most people know me as Tamara. And now that they know my name is Tamara, Tamara. It's funny.
Let's go. Let's go, Brandon. Hey, let's go. Let's go. Let's go, Brandon. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, Brandon. Hey, let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
He is going to take us to church. It's going to be a beautiful sermon.
Some fury, some petrol. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Get you nuts like chipping in. If you think that you'll ever earn her, you a senior touching juniors. Can't you let her finish school first? Like
Her name
11 bucks.
Huh?
Karen. Karen.
Yeah.
So, like,
Oh yeah. Well, I don't know that she'll be. I think she was going to her church. I told her that Mr. Pollock was doing something. And she was going to. She had to get signatures or something for some thing. So she was going to come afterwards, but.
Let's go. Let's go, Brandon. Hey. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Right now, no care. Yo.
Uber.
It's going back to curtains on the stage. You just said, get you one like Alec. Been a prophet, not a threat. Oh. Most popular president, U.S. history. How they calculated that still remains a mystery. Economy isn't great. Containers stuck at bay. And you have no current plan for the caravan on its way. You can build back better, more like build back broke. Gas prices so high to make a dope feed choke. As a veteran, I try to respect the commander in chief. But if I'm honest, let's go. Brandon brings amazing relief. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, Brandon. Hey. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, Brandon. Hey. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, Brandon. Hey. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, Brandon. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, Brandon. Hey. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, Brandon. Hey. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, Brandon. Hey. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, Brandon. Hey.
Sun's starting to come up. All right, we'll be here.
Staring at the stop sign, watching people drive by. So much on your mind, I think they coming. Oh. Everybody's been down.
My normal alarm will be going on in 8 minutes. Now in the UK, if you fly their national flag, it's illegal. Like, what are you then?
Same there. We're gonna listen.
Over my dead body.
Yeah.
I know, they're all like cocking their guns right now. They're all licking their pistols. Did she say over my dead body?
Not really great. Oh, you're not your kid.
Yeah. Hold on, let me grab a baby. Oh, I really don't know what to think. Honestly, I quit following her a long time ago. 'Cause I felt like I feel like she's captive. Oppositional plantation. It's not that hard to see. It's hard to see anything but oppositional plantation. I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know what to say.
I saw this. I felt like maybe it's just me.
Yeah, who gives Hunter Biden an audio?
But I speak is over and it's maybe it's like, I thought they could like
Maybe she's cheating on her husband with Hunter Biden. You heard it here first, folks.
maybe it's not.
I don't think anything like that would shock me anymore, you know? And why would she give him an audience? Hasn't he gotten enough of that? I'm sorry, Hunter Biden hasn't lied to me enough yet. Jesus. Turn my car so that it can be nice and warm and then I can wear my keys in a minute.
Your dad wrote these rules and these regulations. That took a lot of time, took a lot of paper on their families. And you get this grace to walk free. It's the mail. They can't get to my message because I'm the biggest independent rapper in the whole freaking world. Why? If every cockade is a bigot, I guess every Muslim's a terrorist. Every living rule is right. You don't get it. Don't hope for that. Pro choice thrown out. Throw up your progress. If you ain't pro gun, no wonder protected. Where the American flag at? Remember when people would hang those? They've been taken down. They've been replaced with BLM flags or a rainbow. Same money, cause it cool. We ain't selling drugs. We ain't gonna overdose. We ain't pushing guns. Ain't no roads.
It's chilly, y'all. Hey, Carrie. Hey, Sherry.
You know, backed up.
Ugh. Well, I mean, you saw his beautiful art. And then, like, I saw some article a few months ago said something about some college student that was suing Hunter Biden because she really painted those paintings and she was supposed to get paid more money and he didn't give her the more money and now she's mad and wants the money. Whatever. And you know, I don't know if it's true or not, but it sounds pretty accurate. You're cool. Good morning, Lala. Oh, oh, it's my 5 o'clock alarm. What is going on?
I will never say I'm sorry.
Why does it keep doing that?
I ain't taking nothing back. I don't care if I offend.
Arg. It just keeps going to pause. Look. Tommy?
Tommy, a little bit ago.
Really? Yeah.
They say, can you get my phone? Thank you for store.
Well, they're in the wrong phone. Oh. Why?
Moving in love. I wish. I wish. You are here.
That's annoying.
What is this? I worship you. I worship you. You are here. Moving in darkness. I worship you. I worship you.
I'm about to X all out. Okay, we're gonna start over with the stupid music because it just keeps stopping.
When there's nothing left but the fire, just that
Really?
is my love. My little life.
Where are we playing to? Ugh. This is annoying. It will not play. Okay, that's cool. Well, guys, trying to get the music back on, but it doesn't. It's not trying to let me, so you'll have to bear with me for a minute or two. See if this works. No. Okay. Annoying. I don't know what I'm doing. Let's start over. Off. On. Okay. Still nothing. I don't get it. Ah! I don't understand why it just stopped working. Let's see. Just will not let me play no music. Okay, let's try this another way. I'm working on it, guys. I'm sorry. I don't even know where it's going to. Do you want to sit in the car for a minute and warm up? It's pretty warmer in there.
Pretty warm.
Yeah. Guys, we're going to take a commercial break to sit in the car for a minute because it's pretty chilly out here. And in the meantime, you can just watch this beautiful prison.
TikTok videos made about me. I got all this stuff. It's fine. They're literally standing there.
Oh, right. For literally standing. Okay, I think I figured it out, y'all. I think I figured it out.
Oh. Who's that? That's that.
Mine, I brought it. Oh, I don't know.
Oh, it's coffee cup. I'm not afraid of it. Earlier.
Oh, thank you. I think I figured it out, y'all. What are we talking about? Oh, data centers. Yeah, data centers are terrible. Oh my gosh. Nicole wasn't lying. As soon as that sun starts coming up, it gets really cold. All right, let's see if we can figure this out.
Yes.
Found it. We have a church this morning. Just gonna blare the church music to across the whole town. Ooh. Okay. Let's move us up a little bit. Oops. I'll get that in a second. Hold on, I'm gonna adjust y'all. We're in adjustment mode. Sorry, y'all. Earthquake. Oh, Byrd.
Tired with.
I bet he was tired last night.
It's like. Stick it out. I really get here.
Ooh.
People of this country and my heart. Take me hands up for speaking. If you man enough, don't stand. Think you will see. Every time we pull up on your policies. Smash the craziest thing, play the breakers, some faces in. If you really want to taste the distance, take the gift, take the steak, and spray the kid, but pray you miss, because if you smoke like tobacco, never hit the
Don't really know what to even say. Like if you talk about being tired, does that make you less?
Sometimes it does.
just making a fact. If you man enough, I'll stand on the stage in my seat. And every time we pull up,
Maybe moving around a little bit, maybe.
You gon' see when it's handless like a constructed animal on the stick.
I have an idea. Except on a chair.
What? Oh, big chat.
Must be. Oh, it's gone. Is it?
Oh, that's weird. It is going to be a beautiful sunrise, y'all.
Every time we pull up, we go hard. We outside, we got flags on our arms and I tell you that's life. Every time we pull up, we don't care if you're mad. We cherish this land. The haters can get buried in wrath. They set fire to our glory, turning fabric to ash. But every time we pull up, all you're gonna see is the devils. You walk with me. And every level, no, these so these metals, place that we all burn. Burn a rebel.
Oh, Byrd, y'all.
Settle. I'll take the make sure. System broken, they fight on every topic. They fabricate the truth that we all prioritize the discussion. We know the problems that we see, but don't want to change. We're desensitized to every issue because they let us profit other people. We are the game that plays on the evil, deceitful people should shake all. I never see God's eyes. The devils, on earth, at different levels. No, research, we hate middle. Face that bird, I'll take the gift, be still, the return of this.
So last night when I went to Lumber the number, our number was 17.
Yeah.
That happened. Yeah. I was like, this is an omen, Jen. It was funny. Really? Google Chrome doesn't have an American flag emoji? That's insane. I have no arms. You have no arms. I have no arms. No arms. It's chilly out here. I just figured y'all might want to say, good morning. I hate this. What's in here? Oh, nice. Here I am. Is it I? What would I be? I have heard you calling me. I will go if you leave. Well, you know, for having been out here this whole time, it's not messy or dirty. And considering we forgot to bring trash bags for like 2 days.
Yeah.
Uh, I have borne my pain. I wonder if they would let me bring that little barbecue out here for the hot dogs.
Probably.
I'm thinking about that for tomorrow. She's got to have hot dogs on Memorial Day. And apple pie, right? I don't know. It might just be easier to do at the house than bring here. I don't have my little barbecue box with all my utensils and stuff in it. Here. I will go if you need me. I will hold your. What did I do? Oh God, what did I do? I, the Lord of wind and flame, I will tend the poor and rain. I will set a feast for them. My hand will say, finest bread I will provide, till their hearts be satisfied. I will give my life to them. Whom shall I say? Here I am, Lord. Is it I, Lord? I have heard you calling in the night. I will go, Lord, if you lead me. I will hold your people in my heart. Oh, I will hold your people in my
Lock down all towns, everybody slow down, give them everything you have. Mask up, backs up, get your body trashed up, better do what they ask. It's alright, okay, sorry, but you can't pray, gotta keep the church doors closed. No superstitions, a saint politician will tell you what you need to know. Citizen fools and brand new rules make everyone a hero now. So keep your distance, no resistance, only do what you're allowed. Cash that check, go dance in the red, but just don't speak your mind. Get your facts from the paid contracts, cause never would they tell a lie. They don't know me. They don't own me. Oh, God help us all. Look what we've become. Oh, God help us all. And fix what we have done. See no evil, bow to the needle, didn't we turn out great? Sick is the new health, poor is the new wealth. Truth is what it fit. Expert lectures, media just tell me who to love and dance. Jail in the network, hell to the stuck, just be here. And wait. Liberty, freedom, just deep. Someone not listen to me for any advice. No way, no how I would I say it too loud. Don't you know they're in control? And I'm always just need more likes, post up, let's fight. There's no way that you're wrong. Gotta listen to the science, cause it's all about compliance. You agree or you're gone. But they don't know me. And they don't own me. Oh, God help us all. Look what we've become. Oh, God help us all. If you can't read one, we just two. Sell my info, hacked and don't know. Show me what I need to buy. Sex consumption, no corruption, just as advertised. You've been labeled and I've been able, better apologize. Propaganda, racist slander, time to organize. Shot bang news makes brain dead useless, show it on the TV screen. Tell me who to vote for, gotta start a new war, wouldn't wanna live in peace. Divide and conquer, weak not stronger, everybody know your place. Do it now, won't hurt, dig into your own dirt, virtue counts, it's great, they don't know me. See? You could just be like, hey. They don't own me. You know, just bounce it right off your shoulder. There's a way. Create your own. Look what we've become. Oh, God help us all. And fix what we have done. Inside balance, info silence, mainstream message. Won't you guide us? You know what is best for our own good. Anti this and anti that. Cancel this and cancel that. Take it to the streets and the neighborhoods. Worship actors, food and drugs. Brand yourself, give them your blood. Don't believe your eyes, don't look around. Fake news, rumors, okay, boomer. Ignorance will stain our future. Will you make it through or burn it down? Oh God, help us all. 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 Oh God, help us all.
Democrats, Republicans, independents, everyone, wash your hands, stay inside, make sure the world is sanitized. Shut it down, lock your doors, it's cancel culture getting bored. Nothing left for us to do but sit at home and watch the news. Read and spread the virus. Cause we were all at home, we had nowhere to go. Read and spread the virus. We all just stayed at home, kept playing on our phone. Made it to the grocery store, no toilet paper anymore. I guess that's what we need most. I don't know why, that's kinda gross. Frozen pizza, Lunchables, shopping baskets looking full. Stocking up on all the seeds, I'll save the world by gardening. Read and spread the virus. Cause we were all at home, we had nowhere to go. Read and spread virus. Cause we were all at home just playing on our phone. No more South by Southwest, no more Disneyland, I guess. No more basketball events, all eyes on the president. Facebook full of scientists, amazing, I did not know this. All the posting, all the meets and government conspiracies. Read and spread the virus. Cause we were all at home, we had nowhere to go. Read and spread the virus. We all just stayed at home, kept playing on our phones, the phones at home, alone, at home on all our phones. Go wash your hands. Real woman I love is a new woman. She kinda looks like Temper Storm. And she can dance like a little Egypt. She works down at the snake farm. It just sounds like it's a snake farm. 30 minutes is snake farm. It's a reptile house at snake farm. Ramona's got a keen sense of humor. She got a tattoo down her arm. It's a python. Eating a little mouse. It says snake farm. Snake farm. It just sounds like a snake farm. Pretty much it's snake farm. It's a reptile house. Snake farm. I asked Ramona how come she works there. She says, well, it's got its charm. It's nothing to do in the winter. Now and then some kid gets bit at the snake farm. Snake farm. It just sounds like it's snake farm. Pretty much is snake farm. It's a reptile house. Snake farm. Ramona likes her malt liquor and a band from Wales that's called Elmont. She said she cried when they broke up. She still plays the records at the snake farm. Snake farm. It just sounds nasty. Snake farm. But in the snake farm. It's a reptile house. Snake farm. Sometimes Ramona calls me up, says, come on down here, it's getting warm. She runs everybody off, and we, even though it's snake farm, it just sounds like it's snake farm. It pretty much is.
It's a reptile, snake farm. It just sounds like a snake farm. It pretty much is. It's a reptile, snake farm. All celebrities are controlled. You don't see no celebrities talking about the Balenciaga situation, right? So that just shows you all of these celebrities out here. Don't let them influence you in any way because they're controlled by the people who really influence the world. They're not serving God. They keep trying to cancel me. I don't care now. I see this boy kids just a lot of hours. Brands keep going woke. They gonna lose dollars the whole way. Like, and now I'm Balenciaga. Now I'm Balenciaga. They keep coming for our kids. Now we need to follow designer brands. Then they hide. I don't hell us how to throw away Nike. And now I'm Balenciaga. If you a crazy on my team, you know what I mean. They pushing LGBT on children movie screens. They pushing pedophilia, sticking in the scenes. And all these color brands we doing the same thing. Balenciaga, they fall. I can't support wickedness. I walk a high talk. I don't say it want me to run, but it ain't my fault. I don't care about getting canceled. Who you thought? They try promoting cuties. I deleted Netflix. Nike pushing sexuality, so I exit. We hit them in their pockets. They gonna get the message. It's time to build our own up like it's Tetris. Epstein Island, can I see the guest list? We gotta protect the children because they precious. If we don't fight now, what they gonna be left with? Cause it's gonna get worse. Just wait for their next trick. They keep trying to cancel me. I don't care nada. I see the exploiting kids just to run up commerce. Brands keep going woke. They gonna lose dollars the whole way Nike. And now I'm Balenciaga. Now I'm Balenciaga. They keep coming for the kids. Now we need to follow designer brands. Then they hide. I don't hell us how to throw away Nike. And now I'm Balenciaga. Balenciaga, let me get my 1400 bag. And teddy bears and they come and drag. If you go broke, get this big fat. Kanye so you big man. We call it arm, but we call it we trying to cancel culture, but no, we got fear in this. Bring card talking this. Please, can you have a word from him? Joe, you know you as a fan. Curry just got banned. It's all part of the plan. You all companies pulling scams, exploiting all the children, selling them for bangs. Now they still blaming Ray J. But me, I'm blaming Kim K. I pray to God every day when I wake up. Undercover, they keep trying to cancel me. I don't care nada. I see the exploiting kids just to run up commerce. Brands keep going woke. They gonna lose dollars the whole way Nike. And now I'm Balenciaga. Now I'm Balenciaga. They keep coming for the kids. Now we need to follow designer brands. Then they hide. I don't hell us how to throw away Nike. And now I'm Balenciaga. 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 I'm feeling the whole time. Don't know this. If you see my letter telling you I'm free, what to do if you still want me? You still want me? What are you around? What
That's raised. And there it is, folks. You put the flag in his hand, like so. You grab it, I'll stick it to keep it steady. And then you just baby, baby.
hello?
It's pretty awesome. And if you're cold, it helps keep you warm.
bit. Just a little bit, not enough to like make it be. You know, at least my nose don't feel frozen right now. See what I see. That concludes today's lesson of standing fair.
Then I love free. I won't be. I'll be free. I'll stay on the bus. Get about free.
I just like to have a little bit of fun every once in a while, y'all.
Now the whole damn bus is cheering.
Just been getting blessed all
And I can't see.
I says, oh, it's very good. Makes it breakfast. I've known they've known too much more. When Brian got arrested, like it was all over the news, like immediately.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh.
They're probably just waiting for somebody to get off or something.
Are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone?
Probably really not.
There's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own.
Probably not. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, I'll turn it down now.
Brandon.
Me.
On race, bud. It don't
And
work.
it was right at 6 a.m. So it was like morning wake up call.
Hey, let's go. Let's go, Brandon. Hey, let's go. Let's go. Let's go, Brandon. Hey, let's go. Let's go. Brandon. Hey, let's go. Let's go. Let's go, Brandon. That's all God I'm showing you. Let's go, Brandon. Some don't understand it. Really, man. Let's go, hold up, baby. A very quick, baby. He don't want us to breathe. Strangle. Someone give assisted, living a call. Get your man back. He don't know what's really at all. Oh, what about Amtrak? They don't care about this virus. Really, flats are jam. Everybody gonna go get a scheme with a scheme. We better have stench. Prices rising by the minute. One by the minute. That's what I don't go. I just blind you minute. Not there trying to
Drinking coffee this morning. I'm drinking coffee, but mine's a little bit lukewarm and almost gone. It was full when I got here, but it's been a night. So cheers to my coffee queens out there.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, Joe Biden. Yo, yes, he must go forward. He did to the 30. Just know that they'll never let go. My victim, my family like to retro. Yes, I'm furious on petrol. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Yo, you nuts like.
Y'all were wondering about Suzanne Monk. I just talked to her the other day. She's is doing better. You know, grief is very hard. So just keep her in your prayers. Hey, Carol. Ooh. Yeah, helps it keep your body moving. Not in the shivering moving, just like moving it.
Don't care about it, yo. You know, if it's golden bit curtains on the stage, you just step. Treat you one like Alec Collins has been a proper style threat. Oh,
Most popular president, U.S. history. How they calculated that still remains a mystery. Economy isn't great. Containers stuck at bay. And you have no current plan for the caravan on its way. You can build back better, or like build back broke. Gas prices so high to make a dope fiend choke. As a veteran, I try to respect the commander in chief. But if I'm honest, let's go. Brandon brings amazing relief. All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go, Brandon. Hey, let's go. Let's go. Let's go, Brandon. Hey, let's go. Let's go. Let's go, Brandon. Hey, let's go. Let's go. Let's go, Brandon. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, Brandon. Hey, let's go. Let's go. Let's go, Brandon. Hey, let's go. Let's go. Let's go, Brandon. Hey, let's go. Let's go. Let's go, Brandon.
Oh, where are you going? One of our undercovers just left y'all and he didn't even say hi. Rude.
They'll look high and they'll look low. They'll look everywhere we go. But when the singers find us, we will hide. They'll come loud and they'll come fast. Shoot first and we can last. Keep your rifle by your side. Sing it. Oh, Lord, this life was made for us. Sing it. Oh, Lord, this life is staying alive. So we'll take a stand, 'cause we must protect our land. Keep your rifle by your side. They'll come day and they'll come night. They'll have our children in their sights. If they know that faith, their eyes are blind. They can scream and they can shout, but they can never slow us down. Keep your rifle by your side. Sing it. Oh, this life was made for us. Sing it. Oh, this life is made for us. When we hear the voice, we know they have to rejoice. In your rifle by your side. They'll have bombs and they'll have tanks, 'cause they got money in their banks. But we won't fall as long as they can fight. They'll go on and reach their peak, and they won't pass the gate. Get your data. So this data. Change it. So what is that movement saying? Right? Not so takes years on the top. Figure that's so keep that in mind, people. Set some Google traps. This was made for us again. When I see your face, I know I must protect my face. Hell yeah, Will.
You know?
Oh, I'm sure they did.
And then they were like, this makes him a flight risk.
For those
Well,
of you
what are
that
you
think
gonna
that
do?
God
I'm gonna hop on a plane with all my guns.
you think we've got you. And if you don't know, now you know.
Oh, y'all. That upbeat music makes me feel crazy.
Like our church up in here.
Now y'all know why I don't dance. I know rhythm. I'm a white girl.
You can't take my church, devil. Put them hands together. Have a wonderful party there. No weapon formed against us shall prosper. Are more than a conqueror.
That's how we move around it. Get the blood circulating. What? Oh, racquetball, yeah.
I'm gonna say, ain't a thing. Jesus. Hallelujah. What do we do? Your hands together. Come on, put your hands together. I know people, if you don't mind, I feel like having a little chat in here. Because the devil is alive, but the devil is out. What's another level?
I think about the goodness and the fullness of God. Make me thankful, busy, and hateful, and grateful. The Lord brought me through this far. Trying to be you when I praise Him, raise Him high. I can I be bumping, jumping, make the Lord feel something. Ain't ashamed in my game, God's property. Ain't ashamed with person, ain't stopping me. Yeah, I'm gone.
Hey, Sherry.
Dawn, what's that flower you have on? Could it be a fake rose is on by? And here today to take you to his mansion in the sky. She's 41 and her daddy still calls her baby. All the folks round Brownsville say she's crazy. Cause she walks downtown with a suitcase in her hand, looking for a mysterious dark-haired man. In her young days, they called her Delta Dawn. Delta Dawn. There's one thing you ever laid eyes on. There's one reason and promise her he'd take her for his bride. Filtered on, what's that flower you have on? Could it be your own? Oh, and I say you are so dear. What's that flower you have on? Could it be your own? Did I hear you say it was me you heard? It was me you heard. Take you to his mansion in the south. Got my cowboy boots, jeans, and a Hawaiian shirt, weird sunglasses, and an iPhone. And I guess I look like some Port Aransas dope dealer that's out on bail, just trying to get home. A little bit hotter than a rocket. Sometimes I stop and right waves like tonight is long. Nothing to watch. With my friends, screw you. With my Texas, screw you. With my Texas, with my Texas. The USA and the other states, they're okay. Texas is a place I want to be. I don't care if I ever go to Delaware anyway. Cause we're stuff green all that asphalt. John T's cautious forward. Beer with me, Jackie Chan, brought out that cool Charlie Ray, and so many more. Worth the Texas. Worth the Texas. Texas, with Texas. With Texas, with Texas. Turn on me. She's getting a bad reputation for a while because of what happened a long time ago down in Waco. And our corporations, some of them are a little sketchy. And our politicians, most of them are loco. But when it comes to music, my friend, I can't believe these words are as true as John the Revelator. Yeah, Stevie Ray was the best guitar player I ever heard. No band was cooler than the 13th Floor Invaders. So screw we're from Texas. Screw we're from Texas. Screw we're from Texas. We're from Texas. Screw we're from Texas. We're from Texas. We're from Texas. We're from Texas.
These days, my and my family's a little more close. Sometimes we're floating, so please don't rock this. But if we keep on over, we won't watch to the shore or sink down to the bottom. 'Cause we live here before we can breathe underwater. Been down the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So chill and bring it on. He's a big timer, but he's lost on the river never. The way without never had them cold shivers. Had a silver spoon, I was born in the winter driver. Basic arm never had the killer's dinner, no. Bloody hands never really had the back on back. Never been too deep down a back road. Never showed no respect to a flagpole. Couple city boy, just another punk asshole. Being my you'll make it through the dark days. I'll take your ass on back down to Park Place. Before you end up in the deep end with the hungry and the summer stay. We go hard. You've been here, done that, that's a given. Guns, country living if you down that, find out. We ain't going nowhere. But I'm about to go swimming. These days, and my family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this. But if we keep on over, we won't watch to the shore or sink down to the bottom. 'Cause we've been here before, we can breathe underwater. Been down so long, we can breathe in the water. So chill and bring it on. Once you take it back to the old days, there's horses in a wagon, shotgun shells and wishing wells. If you could hear them pistols blasting, better give them hell, but let them tell. Let's write another chapter. We just want our country back, and we gon' get what we after. In them pastures, in them fields, we the ones that keep it real. You come scooping around here, that'll probably get you killed. Cold steel under cold skies, a rebel soul from the old times, like Jesse James and those guys. I'm watching you with both eyes. I ain't telling no lies. If you wanna come and get it, backwoods country living, shotguns and ammunition, whiskey drinking, steady sipping, saying the hell with the system. I've been living at the bottom, so I'm about to go swimming. Y'all can hate it or you can love it, but I promise we ain't budging. If them boys looking scared, someone probably told them we're coming, so y'all better get to running, but don't head for them hills. That's where the hell we live, and right here we keep it real, boy. These days, my family's a little more close. Sometimes we're floating, so please don't rock this. But if we keep on over, we won't watch to the shore We'll see down to the bottom. So we be here before we can breathe underwater. Bring back to the past so long, take a breath and water. So tell them you think you know, if you can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long, we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on. On the Lord, Christian soldier, you wear the armor of God now. You wear the armor of God now. On the Lord, Christian soldier, you wear the armor of God now. You wear the armor of God now. They say to get it off your chest. Get on your knees and just confess. Get on your knees and just be blessed. Hit them with these and you'll beat that test. But I'm bad at tests and I like to sin. 16 years old, I was high to begin. 3 years old, I was close within. Man, why did I always try to fit in? Thinking of things that might come next. Thinking of drinking, drugs, and sex. Thinking about all my regrets. Thinking of these absurd requests to my wife and kids that are on the phone. They've been feeling all alone. They've been waiting day and night for the minute they think I'm rolling home. I thought I could do it all by myself. Thought I could do it without God's help. Thought I could do it from the minute I was in it, but I didn't even know there was anybody else. It felt the same way, just like me. Help was on the way. You'll see. Jesus was coming, and he came in the name of Jesus. I was watching over you. It's so I could bring you to the light. Let you know that it was me. Got you. Worship so say. Remember every time that you curse my name. That's Jesus. You praise the name. Let you know that you are saved now. It's you are saved now. What your change is here to stay now. You through that pain. I suffered you through suffering. I placed you up on your knees and I turned you back from the devil. No, you never know I was there for you. Never know I was beside you. Every single second of every day. Every single second along the way. Why can you suffer and kill me? Till you get death upon your own knee. Ask for me to answer your life. When I showed you my life, as long as you keep me a stay, never mislead you, just trust me. Say this armor of God is not heavy. Say this armor of God is not heavy. It should so ready. You wear the armor of God now. You wear the armor. You wear the armor of God, oh, I'll never take it off. Ephesians 6:11 got me focused on the cross. If it wasn't for the sacrifice, we would all be lost. I will ride with King Jesus because he chose to pay that cost. I will. You're waiting. You're waiting. However, I'm Messiah. I wear the armor of God. I wear the armor of God now. This is the brand. This is the Lord, with this in your letter. That we can't control the sin. Stuff we dream for next week. But if I'm all of them, that's what's best for me. But if it stays on myself, we can't let it be. It's not a fight for this. Man, I'm sick of all the hate, the danger. The things we see that we think are
really not that big. There's problems in the here. We bitch about them, talking about we got them. That's the plan, man. The problem is we don't really even love each other when we see each brother. We just really tolerate each other. It's a cold world. It's time to make the fact if we don't step up and instead we gon' stay on the list. Man, it's no got a voice in this agenda. I don't trust the politicians much as I don't trust the system. Man, they used to think the country meant the united we stand. Now we drop and stop a flick as if it's only just a brain.
Oh, I'm not sure when the next shift starts, Lala. Our shifts kind of got a little bit jumbled. Well, not jumbled, but moved around because, whatever. That's just the nature of the beast, I think. But you know, I think everybody's getting a little bit tired. So if somebody needs to sleep a little bit longer, then I'm just gonna let them.
I've seen thoughts, I've got up, I've got down a little bit. My best life I've seen you. I'm gonna dance with you. A whole lot of problems from my point of view. Think positive, living my life, but do keep some promises.
You know what I was just thinking too? Mr. Pollock's probably getting ready for church service this morning. So he's probably just polishing up his sermon and stuff. So we give him a little extra time on Sunday, right?
We can't control what we see. I'm stuck between tomorrow and next week. But it's right. That's what's best for me. But as it stands, like things that we can't let be. It's why the fighter before live the land of the free.
So I don't know if y'all caught it, but I played the boys' national anthem with with Trump, and I did that right at 6 a.m. So I played it really, really loud, and you could just hear it reverberating off of all these buildings. It was beautiful. So I'm sure she's awake.
Right back home and drown my troubles. It's a damn shame what the world's gotten to. People like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is. Living in the new world with an whole soul. The rich men know the rich men, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do. Your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end. Cause the rich men, the rich men. Just politicians, look out for minors. Not just miners on an island somewhere. Lord, we got folks in the street, ain't got nothing to eat, and the obese bilking welfare. God, if you're 5'3" and you're 300 pounds, taxes ought not to pay for your bags of fudge rounds. Young men are putting themselves 6 feet in the ground, cause all this damn country does is keep on kicking them down. Lord, it's a damn shame what the world's gotten to. People like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is. Living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men know the rich men. Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do. Cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to do it. Cause the rich,
It's the backside.
the rich I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay. If you've been walking the same old road for miles and miles, if you've been hearing the same old voice of the same old lies, if you're trying to feel the same old hopes inside, there's a better life. There's a better life. If you got pain, he's a pain. If you feel lost, he's a way man. If you need freedom, say he's a shot against the video. If you got chains, he's a chain breaker. We've all searched for the light, day and night. We've all found ourselves worn out from the same old fire. And we know all the things we know just ain't right. There's a better life. There's a better life. Not pain. Feel lost. He's away. If you just in your gotcha. Oh, he's a game. You believe it. If you receive it. If you can feel it. Somebody testify. If you believe it. Receive it. You can feel it. Somebody testify. If you believe it. You can receive it. You can feel it. Somebody testify. You belong. You belong.
I love that song. This makes me feel so good.
I was sure by now, God, you would have reached down and wiped our tears away, stepped in and saved the day. But once again, I say amen, and it's still raining. But as the thunder rolls, I barely hear you whisper through the rain.
Oh, y'all are the sweetest people, I swear. You know,
And there's a mercy for
being in DC was hard sometimes because of the pests, but they were really just that, just pests. And they didn't stop us from doing anything that we wanted to do or that we were going to do. And we did everything we needed to do. So they were quite ineffectual.
every tear I've cried. You hold in your head. You never my side.
Yeah, I wish I knew what to do to make the sound better as well. I'm not really sure, and I've tried so many things, and I don't. I'm not a sound tech guy. I'm not very technological at all. I'm the kind of person that if the button doesn't work, I just hand it to somebody else because I don't know how to fix it. But yeah.
My strength is almost gone. How can I carry on if I can't find you? As the thunder rolls, I barely whisper through. I'm with you. Touching my merciful voice, raise my hands and praise the God who gives and takes away. Praise you in this
I will. I'm gonna ask him when he comes today and see what he says, like how we can make it better. I wonder if there's some kind of something. I don't know. See, my issue is that I don't know. Yeah, that's my problem is I just don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna talk to Oreo when he comes here because he seems to have a better handle on it than me.
I lift my eyes into the hills. Where does my help come from? My help comes from the Lord, the Maker, heaven and earth. I lift my eyes into the hills. Where does my help come from? My help comes from the Lord, the Maker.
Amen. Amen, Lala. Jen is still asleep, so she's gonna talk. But yeah, I'm. He was here. Yeah, he just got tired. So.
I've been shot. So the sorrow that I feel, hanging on for life to the only thing that's real. I've only scratched the surface. They had good things. But just the glimpse knows my heart to change. And one side of you lays my sin to waste. I don't need to see everything. Just more of you. Take it all away. Magnify no other name. Open up my eyes to you. Take it all away. Magnify no other name. Open up my eyes to you.
Guess they're gonna come next time.
Sight is incomplete, and I made you look small. I've been saying I found those for way too long. Realizing my hope is certain until all that's left. Since they shows my heart to share.
You raise my stinking ways. I don't get to see everything. Just one of you.
Guys, I will be right back. I have to use the little girls' room, so we'll be back with our regularly scheduled programming in about 7 to 10 minutes. There you go, Tom.
Oh, thank you.
I didn't put any creamer because, like you said, it is a chill out here. Did the music stop as soon as I turned my?
Yes.
Sorry, y'all. Sorry, y'all. Been leaving y'all in silence and stuff. I'm back. Got my coffee, went to the restroom. I'm ready to rock and roll till 10 a.m. And then Mr. Pollock's going to give a beautiful sermon this morning.
I'm your Huckleberry.
Oh, Sherry just.
Somebody just walked over your grave.
So I'm going to try something different when we restart the live stream in a little bit.
Started the game we never got to finish.
And maybe we'll see if we can't get a little bit better sound. Yeah, is she in the chat?
I wasn't. This time, legal. New breed. Yeah. Come on. Just a news telling me that I'm no good. They say that boy don't do the right thing. Like still something. What? I don't know. What?
All right. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, you have a blessed day. Everybody have a blessed day. Oh, yeah, here we go. I'll mod you. There we go.
Let's do what the hell would say. Oh, I saw the word believe.
No problem. I'm going to do some more flag waving.
Dreams on my head, I promised myself I would reach it. But every night I lay down, I gotta fight away these demons and find a way to escape the pain from the life that I've been leading. I know somebody can feel my pain, it's really the whole reason. Everything I can do, I'm still alive and breathing. And even when it's safe, I see myself achieving. They told me that I couldn't, but I just kept pushing. Smile on my face, cause I knew that they was looking. So it's easy. Never fucking go back. Easy, I'm sure. When you see this, and everything else, as you feel, and life becomes. I didn't think you had it in you. I wonder, so aimless, life could seem. You had my dear slavery, then Jesus came like strength and I saw. Worries and fears I pay for now. And like a blind man, gotta get back inside. Pray to God, my soul, my soul, my soul. Food to wander straight, straight is the gate and now created wrong for the rain.